Okay, everybody, I'm going to start this up. I've invited a whole bunch of people because I'm using the old format where I can actually directly invite people. Well, we'll see who shows up. Me, I'm just going to monologue. I kind of want to talk about a little bit about Bob Enyart and a radio program I was just listening to. Shaar had actually sent it to us via the Great Debate Community in regards to some of the things he was claiming about Dr. Schweitzer's work. I did him. Of course, I don't think he's going to show. He doesn't know who we are, but you know, in his customary in the Great Debate Community, if you were going to discuss somebody, you kind of invite them to come. You know, he's not familiar with the Great Debate Community, but Bob Enyart, I guess, has a radio program. His show was called Real Science. Has a catchy little tune at the intro. Actually, I got to admit, I actually like it. And not actual science, at least not as far as making claims and then backing it up with empirical evidence. He was discussing a lot about Mary Schweitzer's work, including the fact that, quote, well, paraphrase quote, that these proteins like collagen cannot last several millions of years. They're just impossible. Yet he gave no explanation as to why. Very similar to what C. Brown has been doing recently, saying that these structural proteins could have lasted very long, and that he also has claimed that Mary Schweitzer had red blood cells, and in fact that they did find red blood cells. That's according to C. Brown, which was kind of funny when I had asked Tommy Hall, one of the more somewhat dishonest people in this community, or at least he started to be, was actually kind of honest. I had asked him, I said, are you going to back up what C. Brown has been saying, or are you going to admit that nowhere can be found where Mary Schweitzer had claimed she found red blood cells? And he kind of said something to the effect, well, he didn't claim that she had found that. And so, you know, I mean, Hall's not claiming that she had found red blood cells. So he's not really supporting C. Brown. I guess it's about as honest as we can get, that he's not going to say, oh, well, you know, C. Brown says that they found red blood cells, therefore, ergo, they found red blood cells. And if they did, so what? I don't understand the argument why they can't find red blood cells. But anyways, I'm breaking up. Let me, if I'm breaking up, give me a second here. Let me adjust my settings here a little bit. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. Is that better? Testing. Maybe not. Anyways, so I was listening to this radio program, and Bob Enyart was making these claims, and I was wondering if anybody else had a chance to listen to it yet. I know Shaar obviously had listened to it. I think RC, you might have listened to it. I kind of wanted to talk about it if somebody else had actually listened to it beside myself. So, A Dying Paradise, am I still breaking up? I shouldn't be. I'm actually using the old format where I have enough memory to do so. I mean, yes, my computer's a bunch of crap, but it's powerful enough to do this old style. Oh, let me see here. There's a couple people that want it in. I can't give the link out because this is not a protected hangout. This is nothing where we're not snipe protected like we were from the other hangout. If you want the link, just message me directly and I'll give you the link. Like sudo, message me. All right, let's get some people in here. Sudo, I'm sending you the link here in a second. We'll get some people in here. Oh, actually, I'm having directly. So let me see if I can add sudo to the list here. Yeah, technical problems all around. Google's been acting really strange lately. Okay, there you go, sudo. You should be added. So, anyways, like I said, you know, this was an interesting little show. I thought it was fascinating that they called it Real Science when I didn't hear much science. I guess they actually had to change the name. The name was actually a name of a show by National Public Radio. So I guess they had to change it. But yeah, it's funny. Trevor was mentioning the first 20 minutes of the program was literally hawking their stuff. I actually skipped that part. Sorry. I was more interested just in the fact that they were claiming that Mary Schweitzer was scared to publish, and that, of course, you know, there's a great conspiracy in the scientific community to put this in a hush-hush kind of thing, and they don't want to talk about the soft tissue, and I'm just finding it to be completely the opposite. Now, again, they were kind of misleading people. Well, actually, not even kind of. They still think that soft tissue is some kind of big swatches of flexible skin, like chunks of meat, like something like a T-Rex burger, rather than just meaning, not hard tissue, not bone, but some kinds of collagen and other things. So, these guys are throwing a lot of shit out there saying, yeah, well, yeah, these macromolecules can't last this long, but still won't give us a reason as to why. Iron in the heme a little bit, but again, they're just saying, well, these things that have lasted like feathers don't have iron in their heme, so how do they last? Well, those are other types of preservation mechanisms, such as in case with amber and other things. So they're kind of throwing everything into one lump explanation of why things can last so long, because they just cannot give up this young earth creationist model. Under any conditions, they have to find some strange reason to continue on that their science is somehow more accurate and more correct than the actual science that scientists use. That's what I find the most interesting. If any of these guys like Bob, scientists, were actually doing scientific work, they would be out there publishing scientific papers about these topics, not in their own little creationist journals. And they're not. They're not doing actual science. They are hawking their materials from the get-go. Now, I understand they need to make money, and I understand that they have a skit that they do in order to try to sell their DVDs and their books, and I understand that. But I think young earth creationism has gone over the top in order to be a money-making enterprise rather than just be, hey, young earth creationism is true. Believe us, here's a book as to why. It's beyond that. It really is 90% snake oil and 10% information. And the 10% information that is informational isn't really quite informational. So let's see. People are asking for links again. Let's see. Okay, let me try this, guys. Okay, William, I've added you to the actual internal, if you can join us. William Freeman has asked for it. He is a young earth creationist. It's kind of like to get some young earthers in here, because I don't want to feel like we're attacking young earth creationism without people to defend it, because I don't mind when young earth creationists come in. I just don't like when people start trolling. Like recently, C. Brown has been such in troll mode. It's unbelievable. He doesn't even bother to justify anything he says. He just throws out accusations. Mary Schweitzer, didn't want to publish anything. She was scared and she was frightened. And of course, we interviewed her, and that was just the opposite that we got from her. Matter of fact, she is a very, very direct woman. I was so amazed by how informative she was and how nice and pleasant she was. And yeah, I didn't get the impression at all that she was like fearful of any kind of career or career suicide for publishing this stuff. I think just the opposite. This was something very interesting. And she wasn't the only person who was working on this kind of stuff. So there was other people. She was just one of the first to actually come up with a mechanism for it, to explain this types of preservation. So let's try to get some people in here. Oh, how are you? I'm showing you on broadcast. Save me by having a monologue.
Aha! I unmuted myself.
So have you watched that, listened to that Bob Enyart radio program that Shaar had put on the Great Debate Community? It's kind of interesting. I didn't make it all the way through. I got enough to know the gist, though. And
No, I just saw it like 2 minutes ago. So I haven't had a chance to watch 40 minutes of stuff.
Well, I can imagine that this is where most of these people are getting their misinformation from, these types of programs that just parrot things that they've heard, especially like C. Brown will parrot, oh, these macromolecules can't last this long. Well, why not? Well, Bob Enyart said, well, so what? So where's his research on this?
Yeah.
But I'm finding that to be the case in all these young earth creationists. They really are not putting forth any research to explain their justification for making these assertions.
Yeah, but they don't actually have to do research. They're just questioning what you do.
Well, that's a big thing, right? Instead of actually putting forth the research to support their model, all they have to do is try to throw monkeys in the wrench. And
they're just running around playing. They're just, unfortunately, to use a Bible analogy, they're a doubting Thomas. You show them evidence, and they sit there and doubt it.
Yeah, and I understand.
Or they ask for more evidence.
Actually, like, question things, and that's not a problem. Yeah. I mean, models should be able to stand for scrutiny, but the question should be legit. But at that point you reach where you hear the same accusations, the same questions being posed by everybody that are younger creationists, because they all get the same source, and so they're not listening to any of the answers. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, why bother asking a million questions? Oh, well, how did this stuff get preserved? Well, did you read her paper? No. Then why are you bothering to ask questions if you don't care about the answers? Because if you haven't read the explanations, or oh, by the way, it's Dr. Rana's birthday today. We all should say happy birthday to him. Listen to this stuff. So everybody, come on, Sudo, say happy birthday to Dr.
So you broke up there, Steve.
It's Dr. Rana's birthday.
Oh, okay.
He's 54 years old. Wow, he's 54? He looks damn good for 54. Yeah, I would not expect him to be that old.
Yeah. We got someone trying to join, some Paul guy. I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing him around.
Yeah, Paul. Paul's good. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys.
Did you get a chance to listen to that?
Yeah, I just finished.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, I've heard that show before, and it's awful. I mean, and they do their argument by giggling half the time. So they read a science article and then they giggle, which is their refutation, essentially. But if you listen to the end, they move on from soft dinosaur tissue to, they think they have a big gotcha on Tiktaalik, because someone found tracks that were 10 million years older than the Tiktaalik has been.
Yeah, they found tetrapod tracks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But they went on a big rant about how that obviously disproves Tiktaalik because someone walked before him, and so therefore we have nothing.
They don't understand the actual ramifications of this stuff, right? They're like,
no.
Oh, well, yeah. Nobody was claiming that Tiktaalik had walked 10 million or years earlier. Yes, there was tetrapods before Tiktaalik. I don't know why they would think otherwise. Nobody's ever claimed that Tiktaalik was the first. Not even in
but it would
evolutionary theory.
Yeah, like no one claims it's the first one, and obviously it's the same as I can't be a human because they found humans long ago. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, but they seem to pick out this kind of stuff.
Yeah. But they go ahead.
No, I'm responding. Go ahead.
I mean, I laughed because they kept talking about how they're software engineers, which is what I am. And so obviously I'm no more qualified to talk about this than they are, but they misunderstand deliberately so much stuff. It was brutal. But did you play the intro song on your show?
I didn't. No, I don't. It's probably copyrighted. I don't want to play the intro, but I like I tell you what, I actually like the intro. It's catchy.
Well, it made me want to listen to more. So they
is it copyrighted? I'd love to be able to play it, but I don't want to take the chance of them going, oh.
It's obviously original to them. Like they had someone at their church or something sing it.
Right. So I don't want to take the chance, but if you guys haven't listened to it yet, go to the Great Debate Community and see Shaar's post and listen to the
Paul, I
radio
believe the word you were thinking of was coerce.
Coerce. Probably.
It's a catchy little tune. I'm actually kind of surprised. I was like, this is kind of cool. I can't play it. I really wish I could. I think you guys really enjoyed it if you guys haven't heard it.
But they're soft.
But even creationists can have good music.
That's right. Well, that's what I miss about church. But yeah.
Well, I've always said if I go to church,
you can't go platinum with Christian music.
Well, going to South Park, you can.
No.
Faith of One. What the hell is that Cartman's name of the band? But no, I always said that I would go to one of those Southern Baptist revival, black churches. I love those kind of music, gospel stuff. I think it's awesome how well they sing. So,
but how far did you get into the show, Steve?
I got. Let me see here. I'm about a little more than halfway through.
Okay.
I mean, I was actually busy at the time, so I was kind of like hit or miss listening. But I was like,
yeah, and their opening 10 minutes isn't about soft tissue at all. It's their normal announcements and crap.
Right, their events and things of that nature. So I skipped the first. That
okay. Part. I mean, because they didn't have anything new to bring to the table. Obviously, they brought. They basically brought the incredulity that this stuff can't last that long. They repeated, of course, the claims that that there are still a large number of scientists who are fighting Mary, like that they don't even believe any of the claims. They brought up the same microfilm thing that science itself has debunked.
Right. She even said, they first they thought it could have been due to a bacteria biofilm, and they ruled that out. Now, I don't know the exact science why they ruled it out, but that goes beyond the scope of what I can go into. So,
and they went on to, of course, talk about how they deliberately conflated DNA fragments with just finding double helix with finding DNA. And so they were bringing up publications about how long DNA can last. Again, when they really didn't find DNA, what they found was, of course, the double helix intact, not DNA.
Well, ironically, collagen is a triple helix.
Yes,
but I don't think that's what they were referring to.
Else they also brought up, like, why are turtle shells lasting that long? I'm like, really, you guys? Like,
well, that's a different type of.
You think turtle shells are soft tissue?
Yeah, that's a hard tissue, and I believe it's is it chitin that they right? Chitin, isn't that what the turtle shells and chitin is just chitin is a long polymer of glucose.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's fingernails and hair and all that. It's that stuff.
Yeah. But how do they think that's soft tissue?
Well, they were just listing it among the soft tissue that they were finding. I'm like, really, guys? Turtle shells, huh?
Yeah, I don't think turtle shells would qualify as soft.
No. And then, what was it? One last. Shoot, I'm trying to remember one other claim they made. Carry on. I'm going to rack my brain here.
Well, let's see. They had claimed that, like I said initially, that she was like hesitant to publish her work, and actually it was Jack Horner that actually encouraged her to do so. But
apparently they offered Jack $25,000 to carbon date those fossils.
I heard that, and she actually said that they did carbon date some stuff, and she also explained why it was carbon dead. Right,
and to quote Potholder, there's no carbon in it.
Well, I revised my post. Did you listen to? Oh, no, listen. Did you read my post on the Great Debate Computing where I made a little flow chart? I have corrected some of the errors. People pointed out that the arrows were kind of messed up, and they were right.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so, so I corrected the arrows, and hopefully it makes a little more sense now that, given the type of carbon dating you use, so there's various types that'll get you 50,000 or higher, or even less. That if you are using one of the dating methods that are only going to give you a maximum of 50,000, that's only going to give you a something thousand, give or take. There's no carbon in it. That's what it's going to read. That's the lower bound, but it doesn't tell you if that's the actual age. It just tells you the youngest it can possibly be.
But this show was obviously done since Trump came in office, because there are references, to let me know. I don't know when the show aired, but it's since in the last 3 weeks. They're still trumpeting.
Well, has it been that recently? I was going to ask Shaar.
Well, there's a bunch of references to some recent fake news stories that made me feel like it was that they were referencing stuff since Trump got in office, and the quadruped thing is in the last month, isn't it?
A while ago. I've heard that accusation made for a while now.
Well, anyway, it's recent enough that they're still pounding their chest and patting themselves on the back over offering this $25,000 that Jack didn't take them up on.
Again, I don't know why they think that carbon dating is going to tell us anything. I don't understand that.
Well, I don't think they do. I think they just know that that's something that their audience will hear, is that the science that Jack is scared of them, right?
Yeah, but again, why are they up with this carbon dating? If they actually understood how carbon dating works, they would understand why it's just nonsensical to do so, because there's no endogenous carbon in it. And it's kind of like C. Brown was asking the other day, well, how do you explain there's a carbon in alluvial diamonds and coal and other things? And I'm like, well, first of all, what C. Brown doesn't understand is they only found carbon-14 in these types of fossils found in coal mines that have had uranium and thorium found in it, because carbon-14 can be produced through nuclear processes. When you look at some diamonds found in caves and in coal that are not around uranium, they don't have any carbon-14 in them.
Right. So that's something I had to learn, Steve, because in
tell you that as a younger creationist,
in my old creationist circles, carbon dating and radiometric dating are synonyms. As far as if you sit in a church pew, I know they're not, but but they use them as synonyms so that they can change the vocabulary anytime they want, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a shame that they think they're interchangeable, because they're definitely not. But I was asking, like I said, I was asking C. Brown, I'm like, well, how do you explain that you have diamonds that don't have any carbon in them? If the younger creationist model was even right, one of the things we would expect, doesn't mean it's correct, but one of the things we would expect is that any diamond from any coal mine would have carbon-14 in it, right? Because it would all be young.
Right.
Well, that's not what we find. And of course, the younger creationists like Hovind don't tell people like C. Brown this kind of absolute fact. And even the rate study, again, had acknowledged this. I even brought it to Dr. Sarfati's attention, but he just kind of glazed over it, that the fact that, you know, you should have carbon-14 found in any type of diamond, not just ones found in sources with uranium and thorium, because he knows damn well that carbon-14 can be produced by other sources, primordially, right?
Of course.
Let's see who else is trying to come in here. Oh. Hey, you know, they need to be able to like give people like mod control to do all this stuff. You know, hey, Dragnot, by the way, so I can sneak in.
Hi.
Let's see here. Oh, C. Brown left us a little message. Let's read this off. C. Brown says, and again, I'm reading this verbatim. I don't know if it's going to be clear, because we all know C. Brown doesn't make any sense, and he speaks into a phone that does this weird speech to text that makes it even worse. So he says, again, I was clear. Steve, I presented you with several issue of tissue there, C. Brown. That's not a matter of a question. That's the whole papers by Schweitzer and other people that they had soft tissue, and you refused to address it. Well, the paper that you provided, C. Brown, did not say that they had found red blood cells. Matter of fact, not a single link that you gave said they found red blood cells. You only battle is word games, as if Mary Schweitzer said in her words. Well, that's the claim that you're making, C. Brown, that in her words she found red blood cells. Yet you cannot find a single source that says that.
Can y'all hear me?
Circular dots inside of the blood vessels. She's actually said there was red blood-like cell microstructures in there. Like, what you mean by that? Matter of fact, that's not true. If you actually read one of her papers, she actually notes in there that they couldn't even verify that was a blood cell because it didn't bond with the whatever chemical they were using. I can't remember the technical specificities of it. Maybe Jade or Fiona can tell us at some point. But I do remember that they couldn't validate that it was blood cells because it didn't act like a blood cell would. They pictures clearly look like blood cells. Okay, look like doesn't mean that it is. This is the thing in science that C. Brown doesn't understand. Look like doesn't matter. We don't go by what visually looks like something. We have to actually validate things. And they were unable to validate their red blood cells. Now, they very well could be. She has said at one thing I read that she thought that they were, but she had told me over the phone that now she thinks that they weren't. So I don't know. They could be either way. And then he says, but you said that she said that the circular dots were microstructures. Yes, in her paper, she called them microstructures. What the hell does that mean? It means a structure that's small. It's kind of self-applied structures. Again, he doesn't seem to understand.
Is Steve lagging for anybody?
Yeah, you're popping in out there, Steve.
Give me a second here. Let me try something real quick. One sec. See if I can get some bandwidth in here. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
I closed up some windows and stuff. Even on this kind of old format, my computer really. I got some memory back here. Anyways, he says, what the hell does that mean? Okay, let me ask you, Drag. Let's say you knew nothing about science whatsoever. Okay, and I said, hey, can you give me the definition of microstructures? Could you kind of infer what that word means just by the prefix and suffix?
Yep, hold on. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm in the other room. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, so in science, anytime you're trying to figure out what something means, you look it up to its root. Micro, meaning small. Structures, meaning something that has form. So something that has form is small. Like it's a vague term because it's not a description of something you've fully understood as of yet. So, and this what kind of tells me that C. Brown's never been in a lab, because you can see something under a microscope and not be sure what it is, but you have to have a lab report. There's actually a lab notebook that you're supposed to keep your all your assignments. Well, for us, assignments, but if you're conducting an experiment and you're having to record your work for that day, if you can't make heads or tails of what something is inside of a cell, let's say if you're trying to find the Golgi apparatus, and you can say, well, I see a certain microstructure and it is whatever microns big, and not able to distinguish exactly what it is, then that's a term you would probably use to describe it. Because if you don't know, you're not going to guess. Like this whole thing of him guessing and not being very clear in his language really shows me that he does not understand how science works.
Well, and the fact that it's clear that she uses that term, and yet that's the term she uses. And as you said, she used it for a reason, because they couldn't verify that that's what it was. It was a red blood cell. But he keeps making the accusation that it was, yet he can't give any evidence that it was. Matter of fact, if he could, he could write a paper on this, right?
Well, no, he doesn't actually read. Like any of the stuff that he gives you, he's not actually read it. And I found that out when I was talking to him. Like, because I'll take an excerpt and say, look, here's what I'm talking about in a paper that he linked me. And he's, oh, well, that doesn't matter. Well, like, well, hold on, did you not read this? Because what I posted to him directly contradicts what he's actually said, because he's tried to put it through this C. Brown filter to make it into something that fits into his ICR fucking paradigm, but it doesn't work. It doesn't fit. It's like trying to put a fucking square peg in a round hole. It's not going to work. And it doesn't help when he does not understand basic science and how the stuff works in the first place. So, I mean, it's a weird mixture of his inability to understand science and a lack of just rigor on his side to really understand what this lady has said about her own work.
What would happen if you wrote a paper and you're trying to discover something and you said, abstract, I think this looks like that. Conclusion, it must be that.
Oh, it would be thrown back at me. I would be laughed at.
So, Greg, in short, what you're saying here is that no point in any lab report ever written in history someone has ever described something as a doodad.
No, or a thingy bob, or what's its what, or you could give a description of how big it is, what it looks like, what you think it may be, but you can't sit here and say, well, it is this based on a guess, because guess what? That's why you keep that lab notebook. That's why the notebook itself is designed the way it is, so people can read it and see exactly what you did, go step by step, and verify your work.
It was kind of also funny because in one of the threads, let me note this first. There was a thread in the Great Debate community, which I eventually had to close because it was going on for like 3 days of C. Brown just making accusations and us just asking him. We got to the point where just literally saying, where's the evidence for this? And he just couldn't provide it. And it was like, come on, this is getting old. You keep inserting this. We keep on asking you, give us a link where Dr. Schweitzer said she found red blood cells. He never was able to do it. So I finally said, enough, let's close it. He starts another one, and it's funny because he's actually challenged like Tyler Durden, right? He's like, okay, Tyler Durden, debate me. And Tyler's really smart, right? And he's just like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, Tyler, yes, I'm so glad that you didn't even waste your time acknowledging that he's even worth having a conversation with, more or less having a debate with. I did invite him because, it's customary to do so, but
he's not going to come.
Yeah,
in. It's not going to happen. I mean, I would rather talk to him because it's funny to actually hear him try to profess the stuff that he thinks and then substantiate it, because he doesn't understand the terminology, which, okay, fine. If you're not in the field, which is funny because he's not, but kind of pretends he is, then you're not going to get everything right? Okay, so we can be a little bit forgiving, a little bit charitable with people who confuse certain terms. Okay, cool. So when you're explaining stuff to him about how his assertions don't really reflect what you see in any experiment ever conducted, there are certain terms that he has to understand. And an example of this is in our conversation, I mentioned to him that some of the conditions in which she found some of her, I'll just call them samples, because there was a bit of argument over whether you call them fossils or not, depending on what your criteria. Her samples were in an anaerobic environment. And so it was C. Brown's position that, I think he said worms, water, and what he calls germs would have gotten in and degraded what was in there. So I said, okay.
Well, that's contrary to the truth, though.
Yeah, we know that, but I was going to roll with it anyway because he doesn't have evidence for it. He's not interested in actually substantiating anything that he says. So I said, fine. So if we're in an anaerobic environment and somehow there are germs in there, how are they going to degrade the material? Well, they need reagents to conduct certain chemical reactions. And since he said, well, red blood cells, I said, fine. I went and looked up one of the enzymes a quote-unquote germ would need to do that. And it's called a monooxygenase. Well, based on the name, it has something to do with oxygen. You could probably guess that, right? So if you're in an anaerobic environment and it needs oxygen to work, put two and two together, right? You would think he would have kind of caught on to that. No. 3 days later, he's still saying that germs would have degraded in an anaerobic environment. So that kind of lets you know the extent of Brown's understanding.
In fact, that's mentioned in Dr. Rana's book too. He points that required to have these bones to the point where from bacteria. In fact, there was possibly, I believe it was formaldehyde. I think that helped kill the bacteria, but this was like in stone pretty much. I'm trying to find the actual list he gives in his book here. Let's see, but he did mention that one of the conditions would be bacteriological isolation. But of course, C. Brown's just throwing it out there. Well, there was bacteria. Well, how do you know that? Assuming there was. Here, number 5, to be preserved, soft tissues also must be kept away from environmental enzymes and microorganisms. This is actually from, like I said, Dr. Rana's book. Since he was kind enough to send it to me, I am, reading from it. I hope he doesn't mind, and I recommend it. So, you guys think of this book too? Have you read it? Paul, did he read his book yet? He sent you a copy as well.
Yeah, it's on my to-do list.
Really?
I know it's so short. I'll just curl up with it one night here soon.
Yeah, it gets toward the end. He starts going into the whole in the appendices, a case for an old Earth. But as far as the science, I really liked it. So he did say in here, the environment is chock full of digestive enzymes that will break down the proteins that make up soft tissues, such as collagen. And that's what I was talking about before, the collagenases. That how did these things get to? I mean, they didn't exist next to them. They were being isolated from them. So they go into detail why this stuff was isolated from oxygen. Actually, no, actually, I think oxygen was present. Oxygen actually helped with the preservation.
I mean, the example that I've been looking at, because I've been really interested in the whole tissue preservation thing. And it's kind of sparked off a bit of research, and there's a couple of analogies that I've kind of seen that, we see, okay, it's hundreds of years, it's not millions of years, but it's still relatively good examples. If you look at the condition of some of the wrecks they found in the Black Sea, and the Black Sea has a particular special property, which is you go below a certain layer and it's basically eliminated any oxygenated water. So you don't have any bacteria or microbes being able to form. So these ships are so well preserved, you can still see the axe marks on the wood. Yeah,
let me correct that real quick. I meant the isolation. Well, hang on, Professor Drew. I want to correct it before everybody jumps at me. The isolation from oxygen help preserve it.
Yes.
It tends to degrade things, obviously. So in an anaerobic environment, that was one of the things to be preserved. I wanted to clarify that because I think I misspoke.
Yeah. So it's the removal of oxygen from the environment, and we see exactly the same thing with bodies found in peat bogs, where again you have the elimination of oxygen, which is then the elimination of the bacteria and the enzymes that will then break down the flesh. And we have very, very complete corpses. We see it in another way within desiccation. So if you literally dry out a body in a fairly rapid amount of time, which is why they use nitrate, for instance, in Egypt, to help do that, then again you get a great state of preservation, and that preservation can last a very, very long time, certainly thousands of years. Obviously, we're now going into deep time where we then have to look at other factors, but I think there is a possible correlation between that kind of factor and then the fossilization process that has allowed this to be preserved for that period of time. Because, That's the closest I'm come to. My science and biology is fairly crap.
Well, I have to agree with you, though. I mean, these people are just stating that they can't last very long, but can't give us any reason as to why. As Drag pointed out, if the conditions are such that there are soft tissue being isolated from bacteria, enzymes, environmental factors, collagenases, oxygen, all this other stuff, then what breaks it down? Magic?
I mean,
things don't normally fall apart. It takes energy to break bonds. We all know that it takes energy to break bonds, right? When bonds form, it produces, there's energy involved. But when you break them, you need to put something into that to break those bonds. So what will break these peptide bonds then?
I'm not trying to be funny, Steve, but the answer they give to that is second law of thermodynamics.
That makes no sense.
I know it doesn't, but
it's just the answer.
That's just the answer.
Yeah, is that the catch-all? Is that, oh, well, bonds eventually break because of the second law of thermodynamics?
Yes.
No.
That's what they said in the show.
That has nothing to do. See, they really think that the second law of thermodynamics just means that eventually everything decays, right? It's all, and it's not that way. Again, I've used the example. You take iron 50 and you leave it alone forever. It doesn't decay. There's nothing changes in it, right? There's no spontaneous breaking a part of the nucleus for it to decay in anything. It's a very, very stable element. So what's going to break those bonds? Of course, the universe is one big hot sea of hot photons, right? Then of course it's going to melt down and break into
it changed.
Constituent parts, but it's not an inherent property of itself, right? If you could leave this iron forever, it would last forever. So the second law has nothing to do with eventually breaking down of everything. That's not what it even remotely deals with. But you're right. I've heard of that before.
Did you get far enough in the show they called Mary the Iron Lady? They kept calling it
the Iron Maiden Lady or something like that. Yeah, they're really disrespectful.
Yes.
I find that to be the case with a lot of younger
There's another
kids.
problem.
Go ahead.
Well, it's another problem I have with the argument, which is, they're claiming things that haven't been demonstrably found, which, in the thread that we've been participating in was quite clear. And I wasn't disagreeing that it could be. I'm just saying that at the moment, we don't really know.
Right. I agree. We could have DNA. We could have intact, at least that DNA fragments, right? But, I have nothing prevents DNA from lasting a long time under the right conditions, right? Again, there'd be spontaneous breaking bonds at like 10 to the 33 power or something. But that's a long time, right? How many trillions of years is that? Billions of years. That's a long time. But if you just go from the expectancy of 65 million years, then those things aren't going to break down that much. But even still, Bob Enyart, I'm familiar with it, and I do listen to his show, I guess, every so often. But I can't believe how blatant he was on this. He was basically making accusation after accusation and then not providing the evidence to anybody, just mocking. Literally mocking and laughing at these actual prestigious scientists that are actually doing actual science. And they have the audacity to call his show Real Science. I thought that was the worst.
What is his background?
Bob Enyart.
He's a computer scientist.
He has a radio program. His background was in and he's a talk show host, and his background, I believe, was in what was it? His background
was computer science, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't remember actually.
Or maybe that was his guest.
But I don't.
He was guest for computer sciences. Yeah,
I think his guest was, but I don't think that was Enyart's. He was just real big at the time for being against gays and stuff like that.
Oh, one of them. Okay.
He's one of them.
C. Brown is posting something. He says hundreds of millions of years. As a matter of fact, the bearded worms that they found tissues as they did 550 million years. So in that case, that basically means that biological material, that's not decay if those dates are correct. Steve, would you like to handle that about the beard worms?
Let me see.
I'm gonna have to read that again
real quick. What the hell's the beard worms? I have no idea. Steve, would you like to handle that about the beard worm?
Link in the side chat, taking you to the article discussing the entire subject.
I don't even know what that means.
It's a set of 550 million year old fossils.
The bearded ones. So he says hundreds of millions of years. As a matter of fact, the bearded ones that they found tissue as they did 550 million years. So in that case, that basically means a biological material that not decay if those dates are correct. Okay, what is that?
So,
no, I have no idea what he's talking about, dude.
Is he saying that biological material doesn't decay? Because that's ridiculous. I'm trying to like.
Okay.
What?
There was no soft tissue found 550 million years ago. It's again people not actually reading an article properly.
Okay.
Our team is instead detailing a scenario where the actual decay helped feed the process of turning the organisms into fossils. In this case, the decay of the organism played an active role in creating a fossil.
How much soft bodies were they even 550 million years ago?
These are like sort of like tube worm type things.
Would they start? Isn't that when it started to have more of a hard body?
Yeah, it's sort of.
It might have been around the time these certain organisms started developing chitin.
Million years ago. Yeah.
I mean, what's the class and the order of the? I mean, it's never mind. It's a worm. That's never mind.
Well, you got to remember. Yeah, you got to remember that these guys actually think that we actually evolved from worms. That's one of the big things that Spoken can't get over. He reads something on Wikipedia and thinks, "Oh, look, it says worms. Therefore, Earth. We came from earthworms, or we came from worms." It's like, no, it's just showing, what was branching off at that particular time. We did not evolve from worms. That's not in our branch. It's a whole different branch whatsoever.
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck C. Brown understands genetics, and he can't even get this shit right. I'm genuinely trying to figure this shit out.
Read that.
CRISPR's responses to him on threads. It's like even CRISPR's like, "Holy fuck, dude, are you stupid?"
That's basically what he's talking about.
In the side chat?
Yeah. You know me, I'm all about the research.
Let's just see.
I have an idea. I have genetics homework. I'm going to
so this is a fossilized too. Okay.
I'm going to post my genetics homework for C. Brown, and I want him to do it. I'm going to turn it in, but I want him to actually do it.
As he claims to be, right? It should be no problem. So this is true. So basically, I read quickly, but this is basically saying that the only remains are the actual fossilized tubes that are left after the animal inside died and decayed out.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Now I've only skimmed it, so I can't say I've read it in detail. But I mean, what they're basically saying is the declared soft tissue actually helped preserve the fossil. What we've actually found is the hard shell, which is about as tough as the fingernail of a human, which would still be considered soft tissue in medical terms, I believe. Correct me, anybody with more medical background if I'm wrong. And
so I was wrong about the turtle shells. They are turtle shells.
Would you consider fingernails soft tissue?
Creationists do. Anything that's chitin based, I was really not considering soft tissue.
Well, fingernails would be keratin, if I'm not mistaken. I think soft tissue implies that there's at least collagen involved.
So I'm just throwing that out there, see if that was the cause of the misunderstanding.
Well, I'm looking it up. They actually call chitin hard soft tissue.
That doesn't help at all.
Well, all right.
That's like the world's tallest mission. That means nothing.
They call it hard soft tissue. So again, it just reminds me, like what Barry said, depends what you mean by these terms, right?
I did give Bob some credit on his show that he actually made one prediction in the show, a scientific prediction attempt, and he predicts that that we will find Precambrian soft tissue in the next few years. So at least,
Well, it wouldn't surprise me.
They're trying to make...
I mean, wouldn't the evolutionary model say the same thing too?
Presumably. And again, it would obviously disprove nothing. We would all be excited and say, hey, how did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, out there's like the tissue, the blood vessels and bone cells, etc., should not be present. Well, why not? I don't understand why they make these assertions saying, oh, look, they shouldn't be there. Well, why not? C. Brown has yet to give an actual scientific reason why these things wouldn't exist over a long period of time, given specific conditions, right? He's just saying absolutely they can't lie.
He quoted basically a white paper in the thread that you commented on, right up at the beginning of the thread, which was basically a statement of estimated decay rates for certain types of things. But when I went through more than the abstract of that paper, when you start to go into it, it's talking, and I don't really understand it. So again, one of you more biologically orientated people, it's probably worth read. But from what I could infer or understand from what it's saying, it was talking about general conditions.
Well, Jake hit on that. I mean, there's ichneology, which is the study of trace fossils. Basically, they're scat and like just the tubes that were left by the decaying worm.
Cobalites or something, isn't it?
I think that's what the thing said. But that's all. That's trace evidence, right? I mean, those tubes probably didn't have any remnants of the actual worm actually left. It's just that they left right, an external molding of the worm. But even still, what does that have to do with anything? He's just asserting this stuff can't last millions of years and won't give any reason as to why.
But it's
going to ask what was Tommy honest about. I want to give Tommy a little bit of credit. Again, this is not full honesty, but as close as we're going to get from Tommy. You guys, I asked Tommy a few times. I asked him a few times if he's going to support C. Brown's accusations that Mary Schweitzer said she found red blood cells. And he actually said, well, I didn't say they found red blood cells, meaning that he doesn't even believe that Mary Schweitzer had said that. So he at least was honest enough to admit that he didn't say it, and he wouldn't say that Mary Schweitzer found it. Now, is he going to go on a limb and say, yeah, C. Brown's full of shit? No, probably not. I mean, but this is the most amount of honesty we can get out of a younger creationist like that. I'll take it. So at least Tommy was man enough to say, yeah, I never said that she found red blood cells. But he didn't exactly condemn C. Brown for saying it. But it's baby steps, right? Hey, I like to give credit where credit is due. Anytime any of these guys are honest, I like to point it out.
Yeah, no,
take it. We'll take that.
Who's a good boy?
I've never come across Tommy Hall before. It's the first time I've ever had any form of dialogue with him, and I had to ask him halfway through the thread, because he just was not understanding what I was trying to say, and I just sort of sorry, is English your first language? Because if not, I will write in a different way if I know where you're from.
It's okay. He's from Texas. Their education system isn't the best.
I totally laughed out loud when I read that. You made me spit coffee. That was great.
Yeah. But no,
I'm trying to get away from the I'm too nice to everybody.
Thaddeus is in the live feed, or in the outside chat. Let me explain to Thaddeus once again, because we have talked about this before. Worms broke off long before in our line of phylogeny, okay? So worms existed on a completely different phylogenetic part of the tree. We did not evolve from worms. If you look at the branching, we went off in one direction in nematodes, and we went off in another direction. We have nothing to do with worms whatsoever. Did we evolve from fish type things? Sure. But
you
worms,
can say we had a common ancestor. You could say somewhere along the line.
We have a common ancestor. Yes.
Traits. So because worms are deuterosomes and so are we. So somewhere there's a common ancestor that was a deuterosome, but then branching off happened as with any other species, and so we are, and then here they are. It's
but all deuterosomes did not come from worms. That's the key. All deuterosomes did not come from just worms. Worms is a separate branch, and I think
so. Were they at least worm-like? Hang on, were they at least worm-like beings?
Not as well at that particular branch, but other branching, no. I mean. Again, you got to remember that evolution is a combinatorial branching process, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
It's not some kind of linear thing. So we didn't evolve from worms. I don't know why you keep thinking.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe that's because the thing is they like to oversimplify things. So technically, maybe they're saying that since it's a very, very, very worm-like being, they might say, well, hey, since you guys came along later, all the simple beings were first, then technically. You might have come from some
you can look
very simple worm.
Phylogenetics and see what
long time ago.
Right? When did we start? That's about when worms were around in starfish, right?
I mean, we were pre-invertebrates before we were invertebrates. So
like I'm not aware of him saying the whole worms thing, but when it comes to saying that, when it comes to younger creationists say, oh, they believe that a long time ago they came from fish. Then you guys say no, we didn't come from fish. It's like, well, they're technically right, but it's such a long time ago and such an oversight.
Yeah, you always have to play, don't you?
But they are right.
Yeah.
No, he's not right.
We share common
Clade,
ancestry.
we're not part of the clade of worms, whatever that clade is. I don't know the name.
But it's not in Echinoderm. I don't think so, at least.
So those did branch off before.
So okay. So here's the thing. When you're talking to Spoken, I hate to say this, you can't be charitable because he's not trying to actually understand the science. Because when I got into it with him, I had to go, all right, do you understand how we do cladistics? No, he doesn't. He knows that they're what he calls guesses about where scientists put things on a chart. That's what he thinks. And so when I had to break it down to him, explain that you can have a not so linear path from one ancient organism to its progeny, you know, millions of years later through different branching methods. But you can graphically show that it is a bit more linear than it actually is, from ancient sponge deuterosome to Homo sapiens sapien now.
Okay, but I'm just saying, but even Melia said in the live chat just now that worms is not even really a scientific term to even be using. Like,
no, there's clays
like
worms.
So maybe Spoken is calling something a worm. You guys don't consider a worm.
Well, that's
we didn't involve in that anyways. There is a clade nematoidea, okay, which is nematodes. We didn't involved in that. We're not part of that clade.
But here's the thing. When he's using these terms, he's referring to what you see today. Because one of the things that he was trying in the conversation with me was that, oh, well, Steve said we came from fish. I said, no, Steve did not say that. Steve said we have an ancient ancestor that was aquatic. So there was an aquatic creature at some point in time that eventually led to Tiktaalik. But say it again?
But it's not the modern day fish you're trying to say.
No, because he's talking about modern day fish.
Okay.
That's just adding.
And I don't think I'm not
nauseum what it means nowadays, right? We wouldn't say that we came from fish because the term fish actually means, you know, aquatic. But clade-wise, monophyletically, we are definitely fish. But there's no real use to say that we're fish because.
But that's the thing, Steve. He doesn't understand the difference between monophyletic and paraphyletic. I had to go over that with him because he wasn't understanding. And I said, no, Steve was talking about paraphyletic and monophyletic clades. Do you understand the difference in what he was talking about? No. Well, then that's the problem. So I had to say it at least 5 times because he was not understanding that point, and he was not trying to. That's the entire point with Spoken, because he pretends to be a troll, but he's just ignorant. He really just does not understand how science works, and that leads to his quote-unquote misunderstanding.
Like, it's not really a falsehood, it's just that they're not really being technical about it. Because, I mean, you know, in my opinion, even though I like science and stuff, I'm going to be honest out there. If something looks like a worm, it's like a worm is a worm is a worm, okay? I'm not going to make the distinction between annelids and all that just in my everyday life because I don't need to. So therefore, him being somebody who's not even a scientist.
So I can't give a charitable explanation. But I can't be charitable when there's nothing charitable. Looking at a Wikipedia article that's talking about the first worms when they branched off and says, oh, look, we evolved from worms. That's like saying we evolved from chimpanzees. Did we evolve from chimps? No. Chimps branched off before we evolved. We did not come from chimpanzees. Would you agree we didn't come from chimps?
Yeah, I get that. They're
the same principle.
Things. But to the outsiders, you know, a lot of people call apes and monkeys the same thing. It's kind of a
no. Ape is a group. No, they're not the same thing. Ape is a very different group.
Thing. But people do that. Then, colloquialism.
Well, that doesn't make it right.
Spoken is probably using the colloquial.
No, he's using just bad information. He's just a troll. I mean, Spoken doesn't care to be corrected. That's the point.
By the way,
you defending him doesn't really do much because he doesn't care to get it right. He's been explained this to multiple times. Spoken is just a troll. I don't even bother with him anymore. Matter of fact, C. Brown is getting close. I mean, if you haven't noticed, C. Brown has gone the full troll train. I mean, he really has. I mean, he's just completely gone off the deep end and doesn't even try to hide it any longer.
The term troll's been thrown around so much. Like, what do you even mean when you say troll now? Because troll in my opinion, used to just mean somebody who's just trying to buzz the other person just to get a reaction.
Yeah, like a flamer.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
I don't bother with that because it's a waste of my time.
Because if someone's actually passionate about what they believe or disbelieve, then I don't really consider them a troll.
Well, no. If they're just trying to get a reaction, then that's trolling. That's the definition, dude. Spoken is a troll. He's admitted he's trolling.
What Spoken did with Fiona was trolling.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
Absolutely.
here's supposedly C. Brown's last statement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting busy at work. When I get a minute, I'll send you the article about long proteins in DNA. Last, I had a couple of articles that said that, plus if Mary Schweitzer didn't believe that she wasn't offer iron preservative as a possible method. If she knew that there was no such thing as decay rates, she even mentioned that in her paper, Give Anybody Care to Read It.
Yep, I did. And she talks about decay rates basically and say, well, either we're not understanding how things have been preserved, or we've got decay rates, I think, wrong. Or either we don't understand how the tissue was observed, or maybe we've even got the age of the fossil wrong, was the two things she said.
It's funny. She used to be a younger creationist, right? And she realized after over-creation was absolutely wrong. Although she even said, though, if given enough evidence to change her mind back, as a scientist, she would. But she made it very clear that she has found no evidence whatsoever of young Earth. None.
And I really liked, the way she talked about faith and the way she talked about data, because that's very similar to how I try and operate in the world. Very, very similar.
But isn't it kind of scientists that used to be younger creationists that actually, when she got into science, realized that they were completely hosed? And yet when I try to get some of the other younger scientists in here to defend their views, it's nearly impossible. I think that's very telling that she's willing to go talk about her work and put the record straight, and yet you still have younger creationists out there misrepresenting her. I find that to be the most telling thing imaginable.
C. Brown actually called her a liar several times, and
Wait, how would she be lying about her own work? That's what I'm confused about. Like, he can disagree all day, but how is the person who did the work lying about their own work?
Because it's obvious it's blood, therefore it must be blood, even though if you don't have data for it being blood.
Well, remember, hang on, there's a difference between blood and blood cells, right? Nobody's ever claimed they found blood. Blood is a mixture of things, right? Blood is
plasma, platelets, and so forth. But I think he said specifically red blood cells.
He did.
And so that's nowhere. He fabricated that. And so because he disagrees with her, she's lying. Is that how that works?
Yeah, that must be the case, right?
The really funny thing is Tommy brought up an article done by the University College London. And it was done by a guy called Dr. Patasso, who's a geneticist and various other complex biological things. But I happen to have bumped into him once or twice. I actually have his email address and telephone number. And I said to Tommy, why don't you go and speak to the guy that wrote the article? I'll give you his number, or I'll give you his email address. Email him.
Yeah, and I always love going to the source, and that's what I've been trying to do. I mean, I have been going to the source on a lot of these things. Some people are willing to talk, some people are not.
If you want, Steve, I'll give you his details.
Yeah, no, I'm always looking for guests. In fact, I just messaged Jen Peoples again today. But I'm always looking for people to have on. I spend a lot of time in emails corresponding with people, trying to convince them to come on, or at least have a conversation with them. So
you still have my buddy Lance Renew, the Marine biologist. Don't forget.
I do. I don't know why I keep forgetting about that. I do not know why. I need to. I'll get a hold. I swear to you, I will get a hold of them.
Sorry to interrupt, Drag. Jade's.
But you can do it anyways. No, go ahead.
Jade's here, and she's still hidden. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, everybody's got mod. I gave you guys mod power.
I'm in the kitchen making homemade hamburgers and walking around in my underwear.
Well, Paul's not. Paul can show her. Yeah, Bruce, I didn't.
Well, there.
Jade and Fiona were tickled the last time I had
to Drag's hamburgers.
Yeah. Did you? Can you hear me? All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Can't hear you
Jade,
at all.
did you happen to listen to the radio podcast that we're talking about?
Not yet. Not yet.
It's good. It's worth listening to. At least skip the first 10 or 15 minutes. It's complete salesman
good.
stuff.
So I can
listen to the part about it's waste. Nothing interesting in the first 10 minutes.
Well, as you know, I'm always interested in creationist nonsense. I collect the stuff.
I have invited Bob Enyart, yes, Paul, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to show. He doesn't know about us. I have never talked to him. So, but I mean, I don't know. You never know. Some of these people actually know more about us than we think.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I had mentioned in the outside chat, when you're talking about worms, because I've run into this before from creationists. Oh, you think we descended from worms? So one day I decided to do. I don't have it handy; it's on another computer. I decided to do a search into all the stuff that we call worms. There's something like 5 or 6 different phyla that we call worms. So, what are you talking about when you say worms? Please narrow it down. What do you mean by that?
Like I said, technically correct, but oversimplification.
Wildly oversimplified.
Yeah, and I think Spoken maybe deep down knows, that what we explained to him, but he just reads Wikipedia and goes, "Oh, look what it says here," or he indicates there's actually a picture that he's actually referring to. So, but he wants to troll, and he wants people to explain things a million freaking times. I'm tired of explaining something a million times. If they haven't understood it by now or don't want to, I am not going to go over it a million times. It's just a waste of time because what they're doing is they're just trolling at that point.
Well, and one of the problems we have is we have this casual use of language. I talked about it below that. So if you say monkey, if you say ape, you say worm, you say fish, what are you talking about? You have to be specific. There really isn't a scientific term called monkey. And yet when scientists refer to monkeys, we know what's being talked about. And fish has a couple of different meanings.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing. Worm has a lot of different meanings. But we kind of generally know what you're talking about. A worm is a bunch of these are soft-bodied, wiggly things without legs.
Yep.
That's it.
But even colloquially, if I just say, "Hey, I'm going fishing," and I just went out and bought some worms, we kind of think, "Okay, we're talking about earthworms there." But
Steve, you're going to have to be far more specific, please. Which phylum of worm are you?
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say we don't think you're fishing with planaria.
Yeah.
Are these jawed fish or jawless fish? Like which ones are they?
Well, there's context there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's context. Very good. That. Well, I'm so glad you said that, Jade. There's context there.
Right. So if I were to say, we spent
youngsters don't get that.
If I were to say we spent the day working with worms in the lab, well, you might think planaria because they're a common lab animal.
Well, maybe they just don't know they have to use some sort of technical terms when it comes to this stuff. They might just think that worm is good enough in their mind.
Well,
you don't see them using a whole bunch of scientific language anyhow. So we can at least say, okay, when you say worm, we know like you're talking about a worm and you don't really know all the different scientific names for stuff. Like, okay, I get it. Like when I'm talking about music with other people, I know a lot of different technical music terms. I don't expect them to know the difference between like a certain subgenre and another subgenre and all that. When they mention a genre, depending on the context, whatever, I can know what they're talking about. It might be an oversimplification in my mind or whatever. But
sure. But I'll give the benefit of the doubt to normal people, but I won't to people like C. Brown and Spoken.
Maybe he is a normal person. Think about it.
Well, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing.
They go out of their way to try to be dumbasses.
Well, here's the thing.
You'd accept that fact, dude.
If somebody's saying to you that, hey, such and such music genre is trash because the up tempo, this, whatever, fifth minor, whatever. I don't know music shit. I'm just making stuff up, right?
The devil's chord.
So yeah. So if they're throwing this stuff out and completely misusing the terms, then you have no choice but to address it as you get it. And so if C. Brown wants to talk about anaerobic environments in the outside chat, and then this is a part of his argument about how it could never happen, then he has to understand basic chemistry because that's what we're talking about overall. So he can't be layman skeptic and then come out ball swinging, calling someone with a PhD in the field a liar. Like there's at some point the rubber has to meet the road.
Well, I wasn't talking about the C. Brown thing. I was just talking about the colloquial use of the term worm. That technically he could be correct. I wasn't excusing C. Brown's behavior.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't even come up with a way spoken would everybody colloquially right either.
No.
We're not in any of those clades.
No.
So I don't even know how you get the argument that colloquially he might be right. That's like saying we evolved. That's like saying we evolved from bacteria. No, we didn't evolve from bacteria. No matter how you phrase it, that would be wrong.
Well, I
really,
think
so
he's
even
referring
with
to
the
our
cells thing,
pre-
because a lot of people just consider bacteria and cells the same thing. I know it's stupid, but it's the same argument you can make with people make the chimps and the monkeys are the same thing. I know they're not, but a lot of people don't see it that way.
Okay, but
They
once
use
they're
the same
corrected,
term.
okay, but once they're corrected, that should end. That's
Right,
that's the case, and they've been corrected.
Unless they forget or they don't care.
They
it
don't
would
care.
be more correct to say we are descended from the archaea than the bacteria.
Yeah, but most people don't even know that word.
Right, I know
Yeah,
that.
well, there's only 3 branches, so I mean, I don't know how confusing that is. Well,
I
the
learned
3
it this
domain
week. I was so
system.
excited.
What?
Sorry, I learned archaea just this week. For my phylogeny study.
Oh,
The 3 domain system.
Yeah.
all right. Well,
And no, to address the live chat, I'm not arguing that word salad is fine. I'm arguing that colloquialisms are to be expected because not everybody branches it all off into these scientific terms.
Again,
I don't even do
when
it.
you correct them, and they still do it, and they do it just because they want you to waste your time correcting them again, that's trolling. We don't bother with that anymore. It's a waste of my time and everybody else's.
Well, I put the cat among the pigeons a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago. When I sort of made the mistake, but not really, of pointing out that we are fish and not fish at the same time. And
But you're right. But you're right, though.
I know I'm right. And the clown car posse went nuts over that one. And they still haven't let it go. But the problem is they still don't understand it. Laughing at it, oh, we're fish and not fish. Ha ha ha. And no matter how many times we explain what that means, and I brought that up deliberately as an example of how you have to define your terms.
But it just made them look stupid. That's all it did.
Yeah, but it didn't
really did.
right. It didn't work because they refuse to understand or they can't understand. You have to define your terms. What are you talking about? And it's like we've talked about the plural right before, which is another thing. Fish is a plural, fishes is a plural. They aren't the same thing.
Yep, it's fishes if it's multiple types of fish, means multiple species, and fish if it's one single type of species, even though you have many of them.
So if I have a whole bunch of tuna, I have fish. If I have a whole bunch of tuna and salmon, I have fishes.
But we'll use it correctly, but you'll find other people that won't, and then we'll try to correct you.
And I get what you're saying. I maybe have more of the context of what was going on with Spoken now, but from the outside, what I've seen, it just seemed like everybody was kind of jumping on him just because he said the whole worms thing. But if he's been corrected about that a bunch of times, it makes sense. But if people are just going to jump on that and say, aha, look how dumb he is, he thinks we come from worms, like come on.
Well, he is pretty dumb. Hey, hang up, Paul. You don't have before you do any kind of paywall, you might want to ask Jade or Chris. Yeah, they have a lot of access.
It's not a real paper. It's his stupid subscription website.
Well, don't pay. No.
No, I won't. But it was to your point where the reason why these guys even have their shows is to sell the details.
Yes, absolutely.
But can you put the link to it? And I'll search around and see if I can find.
I've said for the longest time, young Earth creationism is a money market scheme. I mean, these people make bank. Eric Hovind lives off the fact that he can be convincing people that the Earth is young because there's stupid people out there. It is just like Scientology, just without product and without multi-level marketing, but it's no different. And I'm very adamant about that, it being a scam.
I don't want to sidetrack the conversation too much, but SciStrike and I were on with Eric this week.
I heard, yeah. Tell us about that.
No, but he's sending us his stupid $90 Resurrection DVD set. He's sending me a copy for free because I whined to him about how all he does is sell this stuff.
Well, yeah, but what does that cost him, $1?
No, I know, but he had to back out. He was on live chat, so he had to back down. He's like, well, for you, I'll send your.
Yeah, but because it's cheaper for him to do that, right? I mean, it's next to nothing, and he's actually making it look like, hey, look, it's not about the money. I'm sending this to you for free, right?
I know, but it just made me laugh that was his tactic to get out of.
Yeah. I've asked Eric when he's going to come back on and join us. He needs to come back and answer a few questions.
When you get the DVD set, can you review it for us? What are its quality and production value? And is it actually worth $90, or was it simply just burned on a DVD burner in someone's
No, I absolutely will probably be doing response videos to it as well, so you'll see samples. And
well, it usually has decent production value. Just
if anyone pings me, I'm willing to
And see if you can find a made in China label somewhere in the packaging.
Yes.
Taiwan.
Anyway, sorry, didn't need to derail.
No, you're right. You're actually right, Paul. But again, you know, for him to do that was actually one of the smartest things, because people are going to look at that and go, hey, it's not about the money. But yeah, $99 per CDs. Come on. If I was trying to save your soul, do you think I would really want to profit off that? I mean, yes, I can understand being reimbursed because, you know, it costs stuff, but a nominal amount. Whatever would be worth $99 for DVDs to learn bullshit science?
Well, this was theology, so, you know, I don't know. Science ones might be cheaper.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, theology is
actually, you're wrong.
Subjective, but
how many DVDs in the set?
I believe 6 or 9, something like that. I don't know when I'm going to find time to watch these all, but
didn't his dad have everything for free? I mean, they had DVDs too, but
but you were allowed to make copies for free, but they definitely it was that was back when it was VHS, right? And so,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it was cheaper for you to the amount it was $100 for his seminar too, but it was copying a VHS to a VHS was not something that anyone wanted to do or
it was
could
so
do.
bad of quality, and that wasn't easy to do. Yeah.
But why? Yeah, like if you really wanted to save souls, just post it to YouTube, right? If that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah, well, I think there's a little bit
ads on it, and you'll make money that way.
Well, I think it's a little bit more disingenuous for people that want to make a profit off giving information that's supposedly going toward your salvation, right? Hey, Paul. Hey, you know what? If you want to be saved, send me some money. I'll tell you how to do it.
Well, that's how it got. That's the point it got to in the live thing was literally they were holding my salvation ransom for $90. So,
what program was this on? I know was it a webinar or something?
It was a webinar. So they invite people every couple weeks to be in these webinar things, and somehow SciStrike and I are on this. But yeah, it's to their best followers, right? It's to their people who.
Are you able to? I mean, like really?
No, anyone can join. Like I can. If you want a link next time, I'm happy to post.
Well, I mean, I've talked to him before. I mean, he's actually kind of personable.
Well, it doesn't become like actual chatting. We have to type, and then he reads back his answers.
Yeah. See, that's better than nothing. But yeah, I like the fact when he came in here. But see, we always had talked to him. We're trying to about science, and it always degraded into his presuppositionalism. Because like J.D. Kane will come in and start running. Oh, let's talk about presup. No, he's already made like 10 freaking scientific claims that we can't not holding him accountable for, and he's just gouging me all over the place. Now you want to go into presup? No.
He wisely deflects science questions to because he doesn't have any credentials at all. So right. he wisely says, well, this is I have on paleontologists and I have on PhD cosmologists, and they're the ones who tell me X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But he has made certain assertions, and he should be held accountable for them.
Well, that's my whole channel, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you have fixated a lot on Eric for some reason.
Someone posted the entire article in a something.
Thanks, Jade. Cool.
There it is.
Nice.
I'll put it in the outside too.
Anyway, if anyone cares, they maybe have missed why I care. This was specifically in the Bob Enyart show that they kicked off this whole chat. He referenced this article as this-proving evolution, and that then he wanted $21 to pay for it. That's why we're on this rant.
To show how evolution. Wait a minute, if he could prove evolutionary theory wrong, he could make a lot more than $21 a pop.
Actually, the claim was that phylogeny and taxonomy were in conflict, is how it was pitched in the article. In the radio show, I want to see what he actually says.
All right. I also just posted, because I remember this, when I put it in there, I saw this thing from Sandwalk, which is, I don't know if you follow that. It's Lawrence Moran. It's
sure.
Strolling with Skeptical Biochemist. Well, posted that too. Yeah. He has an article about the new scientist, why Darwin was wrong. So I posted that too.
Oh, by the way, Steve, he's on, he is on G Plus now. You should really try to get him on.
Bob Enyart?
No. Larry Moran.
Yeah. I actually thought about it before. I like I like reading Sandwalk. So yeah, I will see what I can do. Yeah, maybe he might join.
But yeah,
yeah, because he had an article. Oh yeah, I just clicked it. this is the one I was thinking of. The New Scientist. Remember, they had a cover with Darwin was wrong supposedly, and it's talking mostly about horizontal gene transfer and a few other things. And okay. So this is I've actually read this article before that you posted.
Well, I'm actually glad that I found it, because I used to be subscribed to New Scientist, but my subscription ran out, and I've been unable to resubscribe because the minute I saw it, I was like, oh crap, it's New Scientist. But I've been unable to resubscribe because my
But I mean, that's kind of a headline grabber.
And I'm waiting for a new card to come in the mail, so I can't, unless I buy something from using PayPal or directly from my bank account, I can't do anything online until my new card gets here.
But this kind of sensationalism is like saying, well, on January 15th, 18 something, Darwin predicted it was going to rain, and he was wrong. Right. This is kind of, I mean, there's nothing to this. I mean, it says Darwin was wrong, but it has nothing to do with anything. Basically, I mean, Darwin didn't know about the bush of life per se. He wasn't wrong. He just didn't know about it. He didn't even know genetics. How would he know about horizontal gene transfer?
And this is again when we have a problem with language, which is something we keep pushing. It's no longer Darwinian evolution.
Hasn't been for a very long time.
It's no longer neo-Darwinism.
Unless you're Coyne or Dawkins, yeah.
Well, a few people are still stuck with that term. I admit it, but for the most part, it's not neo-Darwinism.
It stopped being neo-Darwinism 100 years ago.
Yes,
but but CRISPR and Jade, you guys know when they refer to neo-Darwinism, when Dawkins does that they're referring to it a little bit different. They're using it synonymously with modern evolutionary synthesis.
Right, they are, and but
that's
that
wrong,
happens.
though.
But I've run into that with other terms as well. You will see.
I don't think it should be, but whatever.
Modern day scientists using terms that are out of date, probably because those are the terms they used in school and they're still using them. I've seen scientists misuse the term vestigial organs.
Yeah, that might be true. I mean, Dawkins did go to school quite some time ago, but I mean, CRISPR, I mean, would you agree that, I mean, neo-Darwinism isn't really exactly the same as modern evolutionary synthesis, or at least it wasn't.
It's certainly not the same.
Okay.
No,
I mean, initially it wasn't. It was just a combination of what, Mendelian inheritance.
The term was coined at a specific time, and it meant a specific thing when it was used. It was replaced sometime later. I think that neo-Darwinism was first used at I want to say about 1890 or so, and then that sort of fell out maybe 30 or 40 years after that. But I could have my numbers wrong.
Well, it's the same thing when they say, "Oh, neo-Darwin," like Tommy Hall loves this, and the H.G. Wicks was pointing this out. That here's this group called the Third Wave or Third, what do they call it? Third, whatever it is, that wants to get rid of the modern evolutionary synthesis and showing that neo-Darwinism is wrong. And yet, again, I've explained to them that most people don't even use the term that way, so they're kind of conflating modern evolutionary synthesis with neo-Darwinism, and most people don't use them synonymously. Some do.
Right. And not only that, there are a number of people who want to get rid of modern evolutionary synthesis. But that just means they want a new term because they feel that term is outdated.
Yeah, it does nothing to do with a theory.
No, it doesn't mean that people want to get... You're right. See, that's the misunderstanding again. You'll say, well, see, they're wanting to get away with this. They just had this conference in London. They want to get away with the modern evolutionary synthesis. They want to get away with evolution. No. What they're talking about is correctly define and describe all these new new discoveries into the synthesis. Should we continue to call it the modern evolutionary synthesis? Yeah. Should we come up with a better term? And that's a discussion going on now. Nobody doubts that things like epigenetics, nobody doubts that those things are part of evolutionary processes. That's not a problem whatsoever. Nobody doubts that our recent discoveries of things like bacteria that could last millions of years, and of course that's also misunderstood. I remember we were discussing that once, and I looked it up, and I think I don't remember, I typed it or something, to Fiona, and Fiona went, spores? You mean it's spores? She was like, what the fuck? They're arguing about bacteria and it's actually spores? Because bacterial spores can last practically forever, certain kinds of them, because they have this hard exterior. So there's a big, huge difference between saying, look, they found bacteria that's lasted millions of years, and no, we discovered bacterial spores. Guys, it's not the same thing.
and lack for a better word, I mean, even theories evolved to some degree. So even if the modern evolutionary theory evolved to a bigger, universal kind of umbrella, it doesn't negate anything that came prior, right?
No.
They're thinking that if they change the term modern evolutionary synthesis, the phrase, to something else, like extended synthesis or whatever, that somehow is a new theory. No. And it doesn't invalidate anything prior. That's the point that needs to be pointed out, because younger creationists like Tommy, who says, they want to have a new theory. No,
it's especially problematic because what they don't seem to understand is that the synthesis part, right, was that it was a combination of two pre-existing theories that had been brought together under one umbrella, right? And so all we'd be doing moving forward, we're not getting rid of it. It's not like relativity replaced Newtonian, right? We're not talking about something like that, where there was a problem with the old one. It was a small problem, but it was still a problem. And so a new thing replaced it. This is a much more subtle incorporation of a new framework, or an additional framework.
Yeah, and
I think Jade wants to disagree with me, so I'm gonna let her go ahead.
Well, I will in a sec. I will a little bit, only for the fact that the general theory of relativity didn't replace Newtonian physics, but it didn't invalidate it. It's just, in fact, all Newtonian physics can be explained using relativistic physics. Actually, just you're right. There were some problems with Newtonian physics, especially when it got near the speed of light. It didn't work anymore, but it didn't replace it. It didn't invalidate it. It didn't falsify Newtonian physics. It just said, okay, Newtonian physics doesn't explain this at this particular velocity. What do we have that can incorporate everything we know thus far about non-relativistic speeds? And then they have the theory of relativity. So it's not to that we're having here, but it's still, even if they did have to come up with a new term, it has to include everything we know and falsifies nothing.
Well, yeah, going back to evolution, the essence of Darwinistic evolution, natural selection, is still valid. The essence of neo-Darwinism, the combination of genetics and Darwinism, is still valid. The essence of them. Certain details may change. The essence is still there.
Sure.
And even if we did discard
details
some concepts, right? Oh, and language changes and concept changes. The vestigial organs, and we hear these creationists who don't bother to do their research say things like, well, you guys have just changed the definition to fit your whatever you want. Well, first of all, I've gone back and looked at how that term was used in the 19th century. I've searched for it and looked for how it was used different ways, and scientists at the time were discussing whether something should be considered vestigial or not, how to best define the term. They had an understanding of what we do now, basically, that something vestigial is something that is no longer used the way it was originally intended to be used. It doesn't have...
Doesn't mean it's useless necessarily.
It doesn't mean it's useless, no. That's the point that creationists don't get. For example, we have a tail.
Well, I didn't really understand that until you just said that, because I was thinking to myself, there's a lot of people that bring up the whole tailbone argument. Well, we don't... Yeah. The tailbone's like, well, we still do need the tailbone, but it doesn't mean it's not vestigial, is what you're saying, I think.
Yeah.
It is vestigial. Our tailbone is
vestigial. Yeah, it's vestigial. And Hovind loves that argument. Well, if it's vestigial, I'll pay for an operation to have it removed. It's not... That doesn't make any sense.
No. What yes,
we still need it, but it doesn't mean...
It's changed its purpose.
Right.
But if you watch our embryology, because that's one thing that is key that a lot of creationists don't understand and haven't bothered to look at. If you look at our embryology, we posted some fantastic photographs of human development, and the guy who took those photographs just died recently, of from the sperm meeting the egg, on and on. But if you look at our embryology and you follow how these tissues developed, we had a tail in in vitro. Now, there is some discussion about this. This is another case where creationists are very disingenuous or they don't understand what's going on. Scientists who do not like that term. They say, we didn't have a tail, we had a tail bud. Or there's another term they use that I forget. But it's basically the same thing, you understand. It's just some people are saying, well, it's not really a tail because it's not a fully functioning tail, it's a tail bud. So that's okay. I don't care which kind of language you use. As far as I'm concerned, we had a tail. That's the way I define it. So we had a tail, but we reabsorb it. And in the process of reabsorbing, and the way our tail develops just the same way a tail develops in a monkey or in a lizard.
I guess it just depends on,
and it grows the same way. But then, you see, because we've evolved, at a certain point, it's, we don't need this anymore, and we start to reabsorb our tail. But we still use parts of it. We've just repurposed them. That's the best way to look at a vestigial organ. It's something that no longer has its original evolutionary use. And again, we can tell this not only by genetics, because we can tell in a lizard form the tail, and we can watch the embryology. Even before we had genes, we could watch the embryology of how the tail developed. So we know that this was the original design, that that thing was supposed to be a tail. But then we repurposed it into something else, because evolution doesn't discard things randomly. It repurposes them. It's the same with the bones of was the hip bones of a whale. You know, we've repurposed these things else. That's vestigial. It doesn't mean that it's worthless. And in some cases, they are a problem. For example, we humans, our wisdom teeth are vestigial. They can be useful. They can also be a problem. Have jaws too
they actually
small.
grow in.
Yeah, my jaw was too small to fit my wisdom teeth. They were growing backward toward the back of my mouth. They're sort of hanging off there. I have x-rays, and it's hysterical.
Wow.
They were literally kind of, pointing backwards. Well, at least one of them was. Bottom two were. I don't remember top two. But, and one of them looked really nasty because the roots of the one of my wisdom teeth were actually tangled with the roots of the one in front of it. Mm-hmm. And the dentist was a little worried about getting that one out of there.
Those wisdom teeth weren't too wise.
I want to ask CRISPR a question. Hey, CRISPR, why can't we just call it the theory of evolution and be done with it? I mean, theory of evolution literally is the modern evolutionary synthesis combined.
Just all these different terms just make it so complex. And then can we really get mad if everybody uses the wrong terms?
I think it's because at one point in time, we referred to it as whatever, right? And then so people want to stand by that definition of it. So, when they first started calling it, the Darwinian theory of evolution, that incorporated a certain set of things. And then when we moved on from that, they couldn't just keep I think that they couldn't just keep calling it Darwinian evolution, because it has new things now. So I agree that, I think it would be easier if we just said that, all right, so we're going to have this thing called the theory of evolution. New things may get incorporated into it at some point, but
yeah, that was the big umbrella. If that was the big umbrella, it could incorporate any new findings.
But that's just usually not the way the terminology works, it seems. So I don't know.
It's more of a language barrier more than anything. People using the wrong terms and then people getting upset because they not using the right terms, and somebody just misunderstands the other person. And
actually, there's a slightly more important thing, I think, and that is that whoever comes up with the new thing that's going to get rolled into it gets to name it, and then they get credit for having named it. And that might actually be a bigger part of it than anything else.
Yeah.
Well, it's also confusing that people don't understand the theory of evolution from evolution. It's two different things. And right. I just ran into that problem the other day with somebody trying to explain to her they're not synonymous terms. They are completely different things. The theory of evolution incorporates evolution, but
not only that, when we talk about the theory of evolution, we are usually, or when we talk about evolution, or as I sometimes call it, big E evolution, we are talking about the biological theory of evolution. understood that when you're talking about evolution, we're not talking about anything else. We're just talking about the biological theory of evolution.
Yet they like to mix it in there. It's kind of annoying.
I know
isn't it?
they do. And
it's funny you mentioned that, Jade, because that's what they did on Bob Enyart. They didn't come out. They didn't
cars. The
well,
evolution.
well, it wasn't so much like they were talking about the evolution of like stellar nuclear synthesis, but they did mention that we quote, paraphrase quote again. When I say quote, I mean it's not like verbatim, but basically they were saying that we don't know where heavier isotopes came from. Has always been that this stuff is produced in stars, but their scientists have recently come out to say that's not true. Really? Where did this happen?
That's not
when
true.
did all of a sudden, right? But they were asserting that scientists have now saying that the heavier isotopes have not been produced in supernova and in cataclysmic explosions. And I'm like, when was this? I haven't read this. This is news to me.
There was something last year or so about the production of heavy elements. Something new that was discovered about the production of heavy elements. I don't remember what it was because I don't follow, cosmology as much as I do biology. What I'm betting is they read that and completely misunderstood it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nice chart, and I saw one recently. It has a periodic chart, and it's color coordinated, and it shows, okay, these elements like hydrogen and helium existed just after the initial rapid inflation, or the recombination period to be specific. And then, okay, these other elements, these are produced by stars: carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, beryllium, iron, and then these are produced by supernova, and so it actually broke it down, each element, how it's produced.
Right. Yeah, and I actually made a chart of my own that I'm going to be using in the future. And because what I do is I highlight our iron, because that's where the change occurs. Iron is unique.
Well, once it start producing iron 50, it's dying.
Right. Well, that's the point. Up until iron, you're dealing with the creation of elements. The mind isn't working right. You're creating
fusion.
power. You're
fusion.
creating power. Right. You're fusion. But once you get to iron, you're losing energy from everything you create.
Yeah, well,
it's the right term, but you know what I mean.
Most stars will do hydrogen, right? And then that goes into helium. Then you start going into what's called a carbon, nitrogen, oxygen cycle. And once the star starts producing iron, it just sits there in the star, and it never goes away. And eventually, it starts producing this reddish color, and the star runs out of fuel. It doesn't have iron. Yeah. You can't fuse iron to get energy out of it anymore.
No, you start using, the star starts losing energy rather than creating it.
So it dies.
I wanted to, if you guys don't mind, go back to something Paul said. Any problematic examples where the fossil record and genetic phylogeny are in conflict? No. That's largely a misunderstanding what phylogeny is, or how scientists look at it. There are two things here. One has to do with genetics that I'm not that clear on, but the other has to do with whether something is ancestral to something else. And when phylogenetic trees are created, they're created in such a way that what you're looking at is which things are ancestral to other things, which things came before. But we know that in creating these phylogenetic trees, we may not know exactly. And I'll give you an example. We discovered, and when I say we, I'm talking about the scientific community and all of those as humans that benefit from the scientific community. In other words, humanity. So when we discovered Australopithecus afarensis, okay, that was a huge thing, and creationists who bring up Lucy as if that's the only one. There are over 300. I don't even know how many now because they keep discovering it. There are over 300 of Australopithecus afarensis, 30 plus alone in what's called the first family. They were all found together. There are various explanations of how they might have died, but so there's a lot of them. There's not just Lucy. So we discovered Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis. And then, and the idea was that, well, Lucy is ancestral to us. So when they would draw the phylogenetic tree, you'd have a branch, right? and you'd have Lucy, and then you'd have a branch coming from Lucy to us. That's really the wrong way to draw it, but that's the way it was often drawn. Okay. Lucy is ancestral to us, but we have no way of knowing if she is actually our ancestor. Australopithecus afarensis. We have no way of knowing whether or not Australopithecus afarensis is actually ancestral.
I've seen it in the line, and I've seen it outside. It depends on what you're looking at.
But the thing is, even when it's in the line, people who understand phylogenetic trees know that the people drawing that don't mean that Australopithecus afarensis is for certain our ancestor, right? Okay. Then we discovered Australopithecus africanus. And at first, what they did was they put Australopithecus africanus between us and Australopithecus afarensis. But there were problems with that, because there are some primitive characteristics of Australopithecus africanus. Well, they discovered more Australopithecus africanus. They start researching it. And we now believe that the thing is, Australopithecus afarensis and Australopithecus africanus have a common ancestor. Neither one of them came from the other. So this is an adjustment to the tree, but it doesn't change the basic understanding of the tree. These
some people.
Yes, both of these are ancestral to us. That's the thing. So one of the things that happened when we started discovering genetics, when we started doing genetic sequencing, and it took a long time to do, because back like in the 80s, I remember, very, very expensive, took a long time to do it. Just amazing what we do now. Like they have the mini ion, the little guy, it's incredible what we have now. When they started doing a lot of sequencing, one of the things the scientists actually found surprising is how good our phylogenetic trees were. Because before then we had morphology, physiology, and embryology. And of course, sometimes the fossil record as well. This is how we created phylogenetic trees, created phylogenies. We didn't have, we didn't actually have genetics. We didn't have the genetic sequencing, but we could make good guesses because of how things worked, and what they looked like, and how things developed. What was surprising was how close we were to what things actually were. There were a few surprises, but they weren't outrageous surprises. In other words, we didn't suddenly discover that bats actually are birds. What we did discover is that bats are really still kind of questionable. And at one time, bats were thought to be closely related to shrews. But remember, it's B. Not that they were thought to be. They aren't that closely related to shrews. So there were some surprises. But they weren't in the sense of... Yeah. I was just going to say that they weren't in the sense of, oh my God, this doesn't belong here. It belongs way the fuck over here. It wasn't like that at all. First of all, they're exaggerating the things that we didn't know about for sure. Like, what were bats? We don't know. Oh, and by the way, you will hear creationists say, well, we don't know where bats came from. I have a great big, I actually have it on Kindle, but it's a very expensive book on the evolution of bats. And I bought it on Kindle because it would have been a freaking fortune to buy it in real life. It was still expensive on Kindle. A big book with a whole bunch of papers in it on the evolution of bats. Yeah, we do know. But yeah, bats were always a big question mark. So to suddenly say, oh my God, they were totally wrong about bats is incorrect, because it was always a big question mark.
Well, Jay, to tell you how practically wrong some people are, I've actually had a creationist the other day who literally is under the impression that scientists are saying that we all evolved from the common ancestor of Lucy herself, that she had children and we're the offspring of her. And I'm like, wow, no, she was just the first of her species discovered. But literally, this is what some creationists think, that Lucy is the foremother of all of humanity. And I'm like, where the hell did you get up with that idea?
Oh from? God,
that's because they're looking for their Eve.
Yeah.
Story. Matter of fact, I want to have a hangout on that one these days, and hopefully, Fiona and Jade, I want to discuss it, because there has been some people that brought it up to me Georgina's Perdome's work on Nathaniel's what the hell? Paul, what's his last name? Nathaniel Jansen.
Sure.
I think it's Jansen.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. But basically, she's trying to say that mitochondrial Eve only lived 6,000 years ago, and it's based upon some of this other doctor's work. And I really would like to have a hang on it because it is worth discussing. Because some young earthers are using that as look, this mitochondrial these mutation rates should only be a 6,000-year-old Eve, and yet
that's actually the topic of my video I'm posting.
Awesome, because you know, I mean, his hypothesis was invalidated to the point where even ICR had even saying that his ICR did the, you know, they never admit they're wrong, but they actually admitted that his hypothesis was invalidated, and yet you still have young earth creationists out there going around saying, hey, look, how do you explain this? Well, his hypothesis was wrong, and I want to have a hangout maybe after you do your video, Paul. I'll watch it, and maybe we have kind of a talk about here. Is that cool?
Yeah. But again,
Lucy's not mitochondrial Eve. That's really hilarious.
No, that's not what it said.
Yeah, they actually believe
that's not what it said. They're looking for their Eve.
Yeah, they're trying to find an Eve.
They're trying to use the science to prove their Bible.
Well, you know, if you look into this, it actually says, you know, Dr. Georgina Perdome proves that Eve lived 6,000 years ago, and it's like, no, she didn't.
No.
Not even remotely close. I mean, not even in the ballpark did she. And I think she's being very dishonest, and I've been trying to reach out to her, but no joy there.
I just want to say one last thing about Australopithecus afarensis is you will hear some people say, or scientific sites say, that Australopithecus afarensis was our ancestor. Now, what they really mean by that is that Australopithecus afarensis was ancestral to us. And that
everything that lived back, everything that lived, you know, back then was our ancestral to us. I mean, our ancestor in some ways.
Right, and that's the thing. It's how the term ancestor is being used. So you will hear people say, "Well, that we came from Lucy or we came from Australopithecus afarensis," and no, we don't know that. Don't know that for certain. We know it's ancestral, and again, it's a lack of understanding of science and scientific terms and how people use words.
When they try to use scientists' words against them, like it's somehow like, oh, wait, if these scientists actually may be young earth creationists, right? But obviously they don't mean what they think they're implying from them. They just have to use these word games, and it's getting a little bit annoying.
Well, and the other thing, the genetic part that I don't know as well, is that there are different ways to do a genetic analysis. Okay, because you're looking at different genes, and especially in the past when it was, you know, it was far too expensive and far too time consuming to do a complete genetic analysis. So certain genes. So if you could see two different analyses, for example, of mammals, and in one of them you would see that we're more closely related to rabbits than we are to chimpanzees, and in another one it would show we're not even
Freddie eating your mic again
to rabbits. What? No. Okay.
Or is that
pseudo? How's this? Oh no.
Like they're eating their mic.
Oh. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you hear what I was talking about?
Yes.
How? Okay. So, but the point they're missing is that doesn't mean that we're more closely related to rabbits than we are to chimpanzees. All it means that these particular genes, we have more of this particular group of genes than chimpanzees do, but that doesn't invalidate evolution. All it means, and there's, oh my goodness, there's one particular set of genes that I can't think of right now, but all that means is, you know, chimpanzees and humans had common ancestor, so our common ancestor probably had these genes. Chimpanzees lost them, we kept them. That's all there is to it.
Did you listen to Rurif sing out the other day, Jade? And did you listen to some of the stuff that we're describing about what he's going to do for an experimentation for like how close we are related to like the telomeric fusion in pigs, right? Mm-hmm. He's going to show that first of all that Tompkins' work on the genomic analysis from humans to chimps is bogus to begin with. But you know, as you said, we are evolutionary closer to certain things, and if you look through the lines of phylogeny, the further back you go, the more different we should have in genes. Would you agree?
Right. Yes, and that I know that I can't remember what it is. Somebody out there might remember, but there's a particular gene. You know, we're more closely related to chimpanzees than we are to gorillas. We know that, but there is a particular gene that gorillas have that we have that chimpanzees don't have. So what you'll hear young Earth creationists go is say, well, you see, we're not closely related to chimpanzees. We're more closely related to gorillas. No, all that means is that our common ancestor with chimpanzees had that gene. Lost it, we kept it. That's all that means. And that's the same thing when you're looking at a handful of genes and you see a gene that we have that rabbits have that chimpanzees don't have. And there actually is a rabbit thing somewhere out there. I don't remember it. I'm sorry. I'm just sort of using that right now. But all that means is that our ancestor had that gene and that the chimpanzees lost it. Just like the thing with the gorillas. We have, the gorillas have, the chimpanzees don't have. That doesn't invalidate evolution. It just means our common ancestor had the gene, we kept it, they lost it. That's all it means.
Steve, did you listen far enough into the Bob show where he was ranting about how chimpanzees have more DNA than humans have, so we can't be related?
Yeah, and that's predicated on a few different things. There is a slight amount of difference, obviously, but Tompkins said it's as much as like 12%, which is ridiculous. But
no, but
yeah, I mean,
it's the same.
But most of it's alignment
understanding.
But yeah, it doesn't matter how much DNA chimps have. They're a different line of phylogeny. These young Earth creationists for some reason think linearly, and they literally think that if modern chimps have a certain type of DNA amounts, the exact same thing, and just change a little bit, but we should be. They think we evolved from chimps, basically. And it's like no, it doesn't work that way. So whatever happened in the evolutionary line of chimps has no impact on what happened on the evolutionary line of us.
Right.
And they're a different line.
And when you consider things like gene duplication, that doesn't mean anything. There could have been duplication of chimps. We could have lost some DNA because we didn't need it or something. I look at you look at the examples of, I said, gene duplication or polyploidy. There is a wheat called Emmer of the modern bread wheats. We know that. We've got the genetics. We know that. The thing is, Emmer is tetraploid. Modern bread wheats are hexaploid. They have a lot more DNA than Emmer, but they're still wheats. It's just because there's a lot more DNA or a lot less DNA. They're still wheats, just like we're still apes.
Yeah, I mean, we were showing people the synony between genes from apes genes from chimps and humans, and yet you look at these chromosomes and see there's obviously a correlation. These younger creationists are just trying to convince people that we are not even remotely similar to chimps, and yet we're 98.5%. Putting Tompkins' work and not realizing that Tompkins has revoked his first paper, and his second paper was just a game that he did playing. He played with the BLAST program. I mean,
yeah,
I think.
Well, I was just going to say, in goldfish, not long ago, they discovered, I've got the reference somewhere, that goldfish are polyploid. So we got goldfish because the entire genome duplicated itself. They still aren't carp because they're carp. Just because they got extra genes doesn't change that they're carp. So it's just the amount of genetic material, that isn't relevant. It's what genes you're talking about. You can lose a few here and there.
Yeah, I think it's more relevant. I think it's more relevant that when you look at like the Gulip pseudogene, that we can show that it's broken in all members of the great apes.
Right, exactly.
In the same exact way. That implies they all had a common ancestor.
Right, and that's what we look at. We look at the whole thing. You don't grab one gene from a gorilla and say, "Look, see, they're all wrong. We're closely related." No, right. You don't look at.
I was going to say, how would you explain? Jade, how would you explain if, like, for example, orangutans, gorillas, and humans had the Gulip gene broken the same way, like the missing exons and the lack of promoter region. But chimps was fully functional.
Our common ancestor of all of them had a functional gene, and it somehow broke in the other lines.
Well, but it broke. But it broke before us. But how, you think? So you're saying it would just be like completely happenstance that an all happen to break the exact same way? That'd be kind of problematically impossible.
It would be problematic, but we could also discover, how does it break? Is there something in the gene itself that causes it, that would make it,
theoretically that would be possible and probable, right. But theoretically possible.
The other possibility is that there was a gene duplication somewhere, and somewhere,
or more likely they. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would say a gene duplication somewhere.
I'm not trying to walk on you. I'm just getting a huge amount of lag.
No, I understand that, but yeah. So I mean, I don't know, but it would be really interesting. It would be worth investigating. But we do know that certain genes, to use a non-scientific term, break in certain ways. There are certain errors that occur in certain genes, which is how we get certain diseases. We know that there are certain genes that mutate in certain ways, that tend to mutate in certain ways, which is how you get certain disease or certain characteristics. So and that could have something to do with it.
Hey, by the way, I want people to note real quick, because we got like 50 viewers. Has C Brown at any time yet, in the external feed, live feed, G+, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or any other blogosphere, ever shown us that where Mary Schweitzer said definitively that she had found red blood cells? Still saying that he's showing us that she has said this, and I keep on pointing out, no, you have not. He spews a bunch of stuff. I read it. It has nothing to do with anything. It never shows that she said this. I mean, this is kind of strange. I mean, you would think that he would realize by this point that he doesn't have any evidence to support this, and him just spewing off has nothing to do with his claim that Mary Schweitzer has said that she has found red blood cells, which again might be, but she has not stated this. She's been very careful not to. So he has not found a single solitary source to date that shows that. So I want people to understand this. He's definitely flailing, and I don't know why he's bothering at this point. He's beyond looking like an idiot. He's made assertions he can't back up. It shouldn't be that hard. If I say, hey, Rumpus said this, and they say, okay, hey, show to me where Rumpus said this, and I look through all this G+ and I can't find it, I'll be like, yeah, I just have to retract that because, I can't find any place where Rumpus said it. Well, C. Brown doesn't have the honesty and scientific scientific honesty to even say that, yeah, I was wrong. He was wrong. He can't do it. He really can't. It's amazing.
I copied his big long thingy that he wrote, well, a bunch of them from your, under your post, and I copied it into a Word document, and then I looked them all up, which was a lot of work. And not only that, I looked up the references that a couple of their videos gave, and they both had a lot of references underneath them, pain in the butt. The thing is, there's nothing there. And first of all, if you give references to ICR or something like that, that's not good references. Secondly, YouTube videos are not references. Sorry. Which is why I actually
those videos said that she found them. Yeah, that's brilliant, C. Brown.
Now if you're going to show me a video from the Smithsonian, for example, I recently posted something from the Smithsonian. The thing is, I know I can go to the Smithsonian and find out more information about that. So I would consider that a pretty good video.
I would take a second glance at that. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I would put that in a high level. If it's something from like the Royal Society, which I'm also subscribed to, I'd put that at even higher level because they only post stuff that is from peer-reviewed papers. Or that is general knowledge. For example, last year, not last year, but the year before, in 2014, they did a advent calendar of genes. So they did a gene from chromosome 1 on first day of Advent, chromosome 2, second day of Advent, things like that. But for example, that information is well known. So, I would completely trust anything that came from them. The Smithsonian, I would give high regard to but I also know I can check it out, and if I had a question, I would do that. You get to ICR, it's way down on the list. There are certain YouTubers that I trust, but most of them also give references.
Yeah, I mean, he cited ICR. And by the way, thank you for what you found. You know what? I have seen that before. I just couldn't remember where I saw it at. And you found it for me, Jade. Appreciative.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, so ICR was and I hate to use the word correct. The ICR wasn't wrong in what they said. I think their citation was horrible. They completely couldn't cite this thing properly, but the photographs were right, and that's what I wanted to make sure.
Right.
But their conclusion was astronomically wrong because they made conclusions not based upon anything scientific. They didn't have any citation for their conclusion, and that's where they went astray.
And Schweitzer herself said, we still don't know what those are. Because it looks like a blood cell doesn't mean it's a blood cell. And even if it looked like a blood cell, that doesn't still mean it's a blood. I mean, okay, it could be the shell of a blood cell.
Yeah, I mean, how do you
skeleton? Essentially, the skeleton.
That's a brilliant point, right? Hey, I'm sorry, I'm lagging so bad here. I don't mean to be cutting you off. You're dropping out a lot, and it's just I don't know if it's just me, my computer, or you. No, we can't hear you, Rumpus. You're gonna have to like reload or check your mic. He's gonna reload. Oh yeah, I was just saying though, for C. Brown to make good on his accusation, he has to show that the red blood cells are not just the remnants of a fossilized red blood cell, or it's kind of similar to what you were talking about earlier, spores, right? And the spore is just the shell of the bacteria,
right?
Correct?
Well no, it's an outside hard part of a bacteria.
Of the bacteria.
Yeah, bacteria. But no, because it's a bit like saying I found a skeleton of a dog in my backyard. I have a dog in my backyard. No, it's a skeleton. So if I find the shell of a red blood cell, it's essentially the skeleton of a red blood cell. Doesn't mean it's a red blood cell. Now, what would make that skeleton or shell last all these years? Well, that's what you'd have to look into. But first, you have to identify it properly.
Right.
It does look like a red blood cell. It looks a lot like a red blood cell. It is very likely the shell of a red blood cell. There is nothing there to indicate that it's an actual red blood cell any more than the skeleton of a dog is a dog.
It'd be very similar to like something that molted.
In terms of lasting, yeah.
Yeah,
So
well, in terms of you just dealing with the shell of something rather than the actual guts and internal stuff.
So the guts are gone, except perhaps for some chemicals, because you remember her paper, the what is it that it's evidence of heme or hemoglobin breakdown products, right? So you've got some there that indicates that there was likely blood there. And you could find the same thing if we could isolate those little round dots, the rest of the matrix, and study them. You might find, again, evidence of heme or hemoglobin breakdown products, which might tell you, which would suggest that, you know what, that might really time a red blood cell. But no one is saying that it is currently a red blood cell. Like, if you were to take a sample of my blood and put it under a microscope, and you go, that's a red blood cell. Same thing as what she found.
So how is it that C. Brown thinks he's actually like being coy and sly by making these accusations that he knows damn well that he can't support? And I think Bob Enyart was doing the same thing on his radio program. He was making these accusations that they found red blood cells, DNA, soft, pliable, like beef, like I guess like a rib of that had meat still hanging on it.
No, we're talking about collagen. We're talking more about like finding gristle more than beef. We're not finding,
right,
but because
so how do they think they get away with this though? I mean, they think that these people are that stupid.
No. Yeah, I guess they do. But we do know that there are extraordinary forms of preservation. That you guys were talking about that earlier, and I pointed out in the live chat. Look at the bodies found in peat bogs, because there was one case where some workers dug up in doing road work or something. I don't remember exactly. dug up this body, and they were so horrified they thought it was a murder suspect, and they called the cops. That was thousands of years old, preserved in a peat bog. But it was so well preserved, the workers, not, of course, they didn't like really closely examine it. They were like, "Oh my God, it's a body."
Well, I think most people would probably treat it as such, wouldn't you?
Yeah, the police come out and go,
yeah.
Wait, this doesn't look right. And of course, it's discovered it's because of the preservative properties of peat. And I think I brought up once before knees, but people are going, what? We're talking about tree knees, which are like they come from tree roots, and they are angles. You know how a tree will have an angle in it, a branch? Okay, well, there are certain bogs where these knees, as they're called, have been preserved. And there used to be some, I think that the last group of people who used to dig them up, at least in this country, no longer exist. People are going, why are you bringing this up? These were valued for centuries for boat building because they have the natural angle. Think of a boat, right? It has a curve, and you go from the curve at the top to the right. The problem is if you make this out of out of wood, you're having to cut the wood to fit together, right? And you're having to cut it at angles. That creates a weak spot, right? No matter how much you may glue it or nail it or whatever, you've got a weak spot there where you put together these two different angles of wood. But if you've got a natural curve or a natural bend, depending on what you're building, it's really super strong. So tree knees that were found in bogs were highly valued in boat building. I used to follow Wooden Boat magazine a lot and learned a lot about boat building. But the thing is, they were ages old. I don't even know how old some tree knees were, but at least hundreds of years old. And you would think that in a bog, a tree would have rotted by then. Well, no, because of the preservative of the bog. So people were digging up these old knees and selling them for a lot of money. And there's a similar thing with some wood in Ireland that makes really beautiful tables and stuff like that. They're digging it up out of bog. Properties. And I don't know what the latest on this is, but there was some research a number of years ago. This is why the Stradivarius had it, and not just Stradivarius, but violins of that era had this wonderful tone, because the wood had actually been buried in sediment, and some of the material in the wood had mineralized in such a way as to give it this great tone. So we know that there are extraordinary methods of preservation. We know been in the desert and seen the desiccated remains of things. And yet, even though they die, there's still an extraordinary, you wouldn't expect a cowhide to still be there, but they are. That are soft, right? The insides of the cow, they get deteriorated or eaten or whatever. And yet you can run across it. Nowadays, not so much, but when I was younger, you could go out in the desert and you could find some cow lying there. And it had clearly been there for a very long time. And all it was skeletons and the hide. But the hide was still there. It hadn't deteriorated. Great shape.
I want to talk about what's in the live feed real quick.
Okay,
sure. If you can, Jade.
I'm done. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So C. Brown just left because he was making again accusations he couldn't back up, and somebody had actually asked, I think it was Van, about Mark Armistead's education. And by the way, yeah, Mark actually has a degree from Liberty, a bachelor's degree. Liberty is accredited, but his master's he got from ICR, right? ICR Graduate School, which is not accredited. But does he have an accredited degree? Yeah. Liberty, if you want to consider Liberty University an accredited college, it technically is, but that's only for a bachelor's degree. As far as his master's, no, he's not accredited. He doesn't have an accredited PhD. He doesn't have an accredited master's degree, and he did lie and said that he did. Well, I'm not going to say the word lie. I'm going to say he misrepresented his background. So, anyways, when we were asking C. Brown about that, what was Mark's actual accreditations, he didn't want to answer that, although he was fine with answering that Mary Schweitzer found red blood cells. And then when I'm asking him numerous times about a citation, he just can't do it. So well, I don't know what else you want from these guys. I mean, they've just proven to be the most biggest dishonest people I've ever ran across on G+. They're entertaining, don't get me wrong, but I mean, there's not a shred of integrity with these people. Not a shred. But anyways, I want to throw that in there. Oh, I guess I should let Rumpus back in here. Get your mic to work. Rumpus? Rumpus is having technical difficulties. In Rumpus? Go to your settings and just hit save and see if that fixes it. And check that your mic's plugged in. I keep this open too much longer. We've already been going a few hours, although we do have a lot of people watching. Nobody wants to join. I mean, we only have 5 people in here. I don't know why. I don't know why we have 50 viewers and yet only 5 people in here. That seems odd. I need people to. I know you like listening, but come on in and be part of the conversation, people. I even Paranor. I've even gave you the link. You're sitting.
Maybe they prefer to be on the outside.
I get that. A lot of people like being, on the live link, and I understand that. The fact that people listen is just,
maybe some people just don't want to be on air because they don't like the sound of their voice or something. Like you got to remember that.
That's
for
not
some
true.
people,
All these.
I remember for
all these people in live feed have been in here.
Nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah. No,
not everybody likes to just hear their own voice and they like the idea of being live and all that stuff. I know some people do.
Right, but that's not the case with my live feed right now. I think mostly they're doing stuff and they just have this as background.
Yeah. I wanted to mention what Tyler had said. Tyler Durden said Stradivarius violins were made from wood that was impacted by Europe's mini ice age, changing growth patterns in trees. So, because what I was mentioning was from a long, long time ago when they were studying, and they did know that some of the wood had been being turned into instruments. So that's very interesting, and I'll have to check up on that because I didn't know what the latest was. Thank you, Tyler.
Anyways, so does anybody want to come in? Because if not, I'm going to bring this to a close because Rumpus can't get it to work. Sorry, Rumpus. But if not, I'm going to be doing some other things here. There's a couple of people I need to get a hold of today to try to get them in here in the next week or so as guests. Like I said, maybe I would love for Bob Enyart to join us and be able to justify his program. I don't think it will happen, but maybe I'll contact Larry Moran. That would be interesting, don't you think, Jade? Oh, did she leave? Hello.
I just took a bite of something when you said that. So I'm chewing.
That was the wrong time.
I know.
Hello. Oh, I guess not having connection issues. No way, I'm chewing.
Yeah. I know. I'm glad these hangouts are. I'm not keeping them open like 3 or 4, 5, 6 hours because
yeah, that's a little too long. I can't do that.
Yeah, people want shorter hand doing that.
Sound check.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, brilliant! Oh, fantastic!
Yay!
Yeah.
Hey! I just wanted to chip in with what Jade was saying. I'm all pent up now.
Oh wait, now we can't hear you again. I was kidding.
I can hear you.
God. Yeah, I just want to confirm with Jade about this. A new point you were making, Steve. But just because this idiot claimed that we got those different genes from different things that are related doesn't mean you get these strange relationships in the genetic history, don't you? Where some things you're more closely related to, the swordfish than you are a flipping chimpanzee or something ridiculous because you get the genetic histories. Each gene has its own history.
Yeah, right. Protein has its own history. I mean, the cytochrome C we can trace back.
Yes.
See the amino acid changes all the way back to wheat.
Yes, and also the other thing, sorry, I'm all pent up, Jay. Sorry, I want to say Mary Schweitzer is incredibly conservative in what she's prepared to commit to. I mean, that stuff about those red blood cells. I mean, she even had little, some antigens or something going around the nuclei of some cells, and she was still refusing to say that these were nuclei simply because they were, had every characteristic. They're completely compatible with that, and there's lots of things. But she's saying no, until I get something that looks identical to something with a nucleus, I'm not going to call this a a proper cell or something. And she's incredibly conservative and restrained in her claims. I was very impressed.
Hey, let me ask you, as an atheist, Rumpus, did you really like that interview with her? Do you think that? I mean, yes, she talked about her Christianity, and I thought that was great, actually. But do you respect her as a scientist?
Oh, obviously, yes. I think yes.
Awesome.
I mean, there's nothing incompatible about her being a Christian and doing it. It's quite obvious just from the way she conducted herself in that thing. And I listened to. I meant to join in, but I couldn't at the time. But I joined in the after show when Ben came on, idiot. Yeah, and I thought she. If you remember, I had a bit of a go at him at length. And yes, I thought she was very. She came over to me as actually one of the better spoken. One of the better scientists we've had around. I thought she was very careful in what she said, and without being sort of overly careful. But I thought she was very considered and thoughtful in what she said, and I thought she was much better. I mean, I saw a program about her on Horizon on BBC. I thought she was quite good then, but she impressed me even more in the interview you had with her. And things like like collagen, you were talking about beef and things in crystal. Yeah, when you see the thing they've acquired from it now, like collagen, it really does look like it's live stuff. And those cells that she found and identified and they look just like bloody cells and things. You'd be very tempted if I was in her position to say it's a bloody red blood cell, for goodness sake, and etc. Even though she's not prepared to say such a thing.
She's very hesitant to do.
She is hesitant, yes, and
not because of her work, but she's doing the work, right? She's busy doing that. Why can she be bothered by some of this stuff?
Yes.
And more importantly, that. She doesn't think she's like very good on air, right?
I thought she was great.
I thought she was brilliant as well. I thought she was just amazing. So I think she's a lot more self-deprecating than she needs to be. She was like, Steve, I'm a technological.
Though she was quite
basically
contemptuous of those creationists, I was quite impressed with the way she slapped those down.
She's like, I can't. She's like, I don't know if I'm going to figure out G+. She thinks her computer skills are nominal at best, and she's completely wrong. She's a lot more fluent. She got down easily how to use G+, and there was no problems. Sometimes you get something new, and it's like, okay, let's walk them through this. Okay, you do this. Now she got it down pretty quickly.
I missed your hangout with Ruhif. I'll watch that later on the pig genes or something.
That was interesting.
I'll watch that, and that looked interesting. And so Ruhif is back in the land of the living, is he? That's great to see.
Yeah, and he likes keeping his mind active, and he likes these hangouts where he can, just kick it with us.
So where's this thread of C. Brown claiming that of these various claims about Mary Schweitzer? Is that on the Great Debate thread or something?
And I eventually closed that, right? Which, of course, to him is a sign of, oh, look at Stephen Fiona being kicked around. It was 3 days of him just spewing stuff. Like, you know what? I'm not putting up with this anymore. You make a statement, C. Brown. You need to back it up. You can't just spew random shit that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Either produce something where Mary Schweitzer has said she found red blood cells, or you're done. And he's done, in my opinion. We've given him 3 days, and he still can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, he started that thread. Made that claim that me and Rational Mind had a go at him about, and it was complete bollocks, and he just had to. Oh God!
Well, he's in a full troll mode. I mean, he's even saying that Tyler Durden doesn't know what he's talking about. Fiona doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean, he doesn't even care at this point to even have an actual conversation. It's basically he's a moron. He doesn't understand any of this stuff, and he's actually putting on everybody else is stupid but him.
You're breaking up, Steve.
Am I?
Yeah, but occasionally.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Yeah,
Steve, one moment, Rumpus. Steve, is it okay to give the link to Paranor?
I invited him before.
Yeah, just so he knows.
Apparently, he doesn't have it though. He needs on Skype or something.
1 second.
Hey, Pseudo, my birthday's on the 14th. Buy me a computer, dude.
No.
If you do that, you already know what one of your gifts is. But don't you want it to be a surprise?
I don't care. It's a computer. Yeah. Damn it, Pseudo. I keep you around for one reason, buddy.
It's like
who were you saying, Steve? You were saying earlier someone had an MSc or a PhD, and it wasn't from an accredited university. Who were you talking about?
Mark Armitage.
And who's he?
He's the one that supposedly also found soft tissue, and he did write a paper on it. I mean, he is somewhat knowledgeable, right? but his master's and higher is not accredited; only his bachelor's is. And that's stretching it because Liberty University, we all kind of know, is Liberty, but it's still they have an accredited program. I don't know if his program was one of the accredited ones. It may or may not be. I don't know, but they do have accreditations.
Right. I listened to the radio.
Of course, they frown on evolution. Obviously, I mean it's Liberty University.
I listened to the
radio.
Eric
Went. Or should be Ken Hovind. I'm sorry, not Eric.
Oh my God. Yeah, I listened to the radio, at least about 10 minutes of that radio program in which those two chappies were having a go at claiming Mary Schweitzer had made that claim. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, that's what I wanted to address because I'm like, okay, here's a radio program that I know young Earth creationists listen to, and they're getting misinformation from these people, and then they have the audacity to call it real science. Okay, well, fine. If you call it real science, they found red blood cells. That's all I want to know. And of course, I don't mind if they did. I would love it if they can demonstrate that they are. Right? I mean, it doesn't change anything, but you can't make accusations that they found something that they didn't find. That's just not right.
It's amazing they found what they did. Mary Schweitzer said it smelt differently, didn't he? What she found that time, and it was all, and the fact they had that collagen.
Well, that's how the Helmuth. There's a lot of contaminants that's causing the smell. Bill Ludlow did a thing on that.
But have you seen the thing that she had treated when she removed all the mineral substance, the sort of the flabby sort of thing that you talk about, the beef or the gristle, the collagen bit that she managed to extract? It was just incredible to see there was that sort of fleshy thing that she had removed from the. And also, I was also very interested in what she said about what constitutes a fossil, because I was never quite sure what a fossil was, and now it turns out that in fact no one really seems to know. It could be anything from partial mineralization to full mineralization to anything.
Yeah, my brain just goes. It's something to do with bones. So now we.
She gave a marvelous explanation of it.
Technically,
I have a question though. Isn't the stuff that was found similar to the stuff within organs that they use for scaffolding to grow organs on?
Well, that's what collagen is, a structural protein. But I love her definition that a fossil is basically anything that can be used to determine that something was alive, that something has existed, a living organism existed. That's a very basal general definition of a fossil.
Yeah, I was amazed by that as well. Yes.
That was good. I mean, I was like, yeah, well, I mean, literally, if you die and get buried tomorrow, even if you're not fossilized.
Yeah, because I knew there were several ways of being fossilized, but I wasn't absolutely sure, and it seems as though no one else is as well now. Which is,
I was just confused. What I know what permanentization is, and I understand primary fossilization, but I don't know what secondary fossilization is really. I try to look into a little bit more, but maybe I'm just like, but I don't know what they mean by secondary fossilization specifically. Maybe I should have asked her about that.
Oh well, you going to try and get her back again?
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to her subsequently. There's no reason to bug her.
Yeah.
But there are other scientists I'm getting a hold of. I mean, we're still going to wait till Dr. Tompkins finishes his quote unquote peer review paper that addresses Ruhiff's stuff, and then I'm going to try to get a hold of him again. I mean, I have talked to him, and he said he would do it, but then
did he?
And ICR shut him. Yeah, he said he would come on, but the ICR shut us down because they don't think that they're going to be put in a good light, obviously, and they don't want Dr. Tompkins, going on air, putting forth things he knows he can't back up. So with experts, right?
Yeah, easy. Yeah, I mean, it's just so much. I mean, God, it's just so obvious just looking at the stupid bloody genes and the shape of them. how can you deny the two bloody things are joined together? Oh, dearie me!
But Steve, you're forgetting the main point. It's all in how they phrase it. It's not that his paper wouldn't survive scrutiny. It's he would just be attacked.
Well, I mean, the information would be, sure, not him personally. I've have no negative words toward him. I mean, I've been civil to Dr. Tompkins and to Dr. Anderson. They've had only negative toward Ruhiff. They've never been negative toward me, but they have definitely been negative toward Ruhiff.
Yeah, it's all in the storytelling, right? It's all in the advertisement.
Yeah, but I mean, I've just been really polite and
over the actual. Sorry.
I wanted to give them a fair shake, and I was like, "Look, we've had Old Earth creationists on here. They're happy to come on. We've had Schweitzer. They even asked for the footage that I've sent them, and I said, if young Earth creationists want to have equal time, my channel is open to that. The Great Debate community is open to having equal time to young Earth creationists coming in and explaining Dr. Tompkins' work. I think that's fair, right? But
of course, I don't really see them go on.
But questions are attacked because you're just not accepting their word at face value, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And what's worse is when we have all these young Earth creationists in our community going, "Oh, Tompkins is right," and then when you ask them, "Well, why is Tompkins right?" They can't explain this shit with a dam. They really can't.
No, and soon the shit starts flying
because they're just parroting stuff they don't understand. Like I hear one more time, "Oh, well, there's not enough telomeric repeats in there." We had talked about this the other day. I'm like, why would there be a lot of telomeric repeats if it's a fusion? I don't understand that at all. Of course, it's going to be a degraded region. I'm a layperson and I grasp that concept.
It's all a psychological thing. It's like with the whole kind of like a mob mentality almost. They listen to like their favorite radio personality, and then it's like whatever he says goes, and then they just kind of just stick to that because he has like the most like viewership or whatever.
Authority games.
Yeah, and obviously when he can obviously present something he's presenting something that's far more substantial, it seems, as other sort of creationists are presenting. He's got, look at those papers, there's substantial information there. So those are the people who support him, look at that and think, gosh, I don't understand that. It looks really scientific. He's on my side, therefore I'm just going to believe him, just like these people who believe in what true empiricism says is correct, because they want to believe it and they don't understand what's being said. In the case of true empiricism, nobody understands what he's saying, not even himself.
2.5 hours without mentioning his name, Rumpus, and you
sorry.
That one up.
Yeah, but it's similar. This is a similar scenario.
Okay, everybody finish their beers. We played.
Drink. Not.
Sorry, but it's analogous to the TE, the true empiricism situation, where there's a lot of people who don't understand what Tompkins is saying, but they can see that he's written a lot. There's some nice diagrams. He clearly understands something about genetics. He has a PhD. He has a PhD, doesn't he? Yes. And so they're going to say, right, he's credible, and therefore I can give him my support, knowing that there's a very reasonable chance that he's going to be right. So they're going to use that argument.
But if you use that argument a lot more, like literally 100, 1,000 to 1, or whatever it is, the ratio of PhDs would disagree with Tompkins, right? So you can't really.
Yeah, but then turns into. Well, this is one of the things I say about our humanity, which we really have an issue with. And I would say you can't be a critical thinker without getting over our problem with hero worship, right? Because we just see
put these guys on a pedestal,
authority, and that's it, right? But I mean, the thing is, even down to our internal family, okay, and outwards. It's not just science, but that's.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference, though. I have heroes in this community, right? I mean, I have the utmost respect for Fiona and Hogtie and Rumpus and a bunch of other people, and Jade. And yet, if I really believe that they were astronomically wrong on something, I'm going to look into it, and then I'll kind of ask them about it. Say, hey,
but you're more of a critical thinker than
the and yes, he's usually more right than he is wrong, and I'll say that on air. Rumpus is usually wrong, but I mean, those are minor. Those are. Hang on, those are
when have I been wrong? When have I been wrong ever?
Euler?
Okay,
I'm never going to let that go.
Pronunciation of Euler, okay.
But even still, I mean, they're minor stuff. There's minor stuff, and there's never been a point where I've ever said, oh, God, Rumpus is so far off reality on this. That's never happened, right? Or anybody else. It's always been very minor stuff.
No one's above.
You're still human and more of a critical thinker than a lot of these people.
I think you can still have a hero and then still be able to look at them critically when something they say, and you say, you know what, I agree with them on most things, but this right here, I have to disagree with them on. I've done that many times.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's good to have heroes. There's nothing wrong to have heroes. I'm not saying about the heroes, but it's the hero worship, that the infallibility. But it can never be our problem. It's just blind acceptance of their word because they are the authority. So it ties into hero worship, not just a hero, right? It's not about the hero aspect. That's
kind of annoying, but it is human nature.
It is, and we're all caught by it. Then that's why I said you can't really be a critical thinker without understanding and acknowledging to work at your own hero worship to make sure it's not just an authority that you're going to, rather than what's being said or done or whatever. And that's why, Steve, you said, if Rumpus is wrong a lot, and, I don't disagree, but
Steve,
always. Everything starts me off. Come on, I'm on free flow.
Well, for example, I wasn't disagreeing with Rumpus, but Rumpus one time had a very good detailed analysis, something far greater than mine. And I was like, well, shit, yeah, that works, right? I mean, that's good shit. But I wasn't saying that Ripus was wrong. I just was very light in what I was saying, right? But he went into far more technical specificity. And I was like, yeah, Rumpus makes a good, a good point of it. Remember that whole silo thing?
Yeah.
You did a good analysis of that, dude. Really good analysis. But I wouldn't be like, Rumpus, you're totally fucked up on this, especially when I'm reading what you're saying, going, yeah, that makes sense actually. So.
Yeah, well, I think we're all as good as our last good explanation, aren't we? Really? I mean, if someone like Hogtie started talking bollocks repeatedly, we think what's going on. We think probably he's a bit unwell or something. But if there's conditional, we've got critical faculties which we think are doing well, but it's conditional, obviously, on them making sense. And if they started behaving badly or not making sense, then we would be very quick to say, no, that's not making sense, and I can show it. So people are only as good as their last good explanation. They start making lots of bad ones and immediately cease to.
Exactly. But always in the moment, but it's the integrity that keeps. That is what I would put the hero on, is if somebody keeps integrity, and even when they're wrong, the integrity of self-correction. So,
Perrin, let me ask you, what would happen, do you think, if we got to the point where Dr. Tompkins said, "Hey, you know what? I was wrong all this time," and retracted everything?
If
he did, might get like a bunch of angry.
He would, but that's besides the point. That's.
But do you think the younger creationists in our community would go shit?
They would denounce him eventually if he kept to it. That's the only thing. If he said it once and then succumb to peer pressure and renouncing, if he maintained integrity with it. See, the thing is, integrity is just, do you keep to your own patterns? Do you walk your talk? That's it, because you can be an asshole and have integrity for being an asshole. We know a number of those people around. But if he maintains his new integrity, then yes, you got to accept that this is his position, and you have to support him. Just like a priest coming out as atheist. You have to support them because
I would support them, but I'm talking about the younger creationists.
Yeah.
Dr. Tompkins said.
Rip them to shred. They put them on the pyre, just like anybody else who goes against them, because
they would
then into herd mentality and the whole tribalism thing. But he's
a sellout, even though he his own work.
It becomes an instant shill. Oh.
I mean, who wasn't hero worship? Stephen Hawking, for instance, his last paper that he did about some stuff about black holes and white holes or whatever some sort of the information that's lost. People were saying, obviously he gets a lot of hero worship, but even they were thinking that paper was a bit weak, and so everything's conditional on you, like a goal scorer, like in football. You're only as good if you're an attacker. You're only as good as your last goal. And if you start going off color, then
yeah, I mean it's kind of like
very true, Rumpus. But I'll put it as this: this is why I say it's an authority game, because they will use the old papers, Darwinism. Let's just take that with evolution. Okay, they always go to Darwinism. It's not Darwinism anymore, and you guys were talking about it earlier. But they go to the old knowledge they hear. This is the authority that was said.
But this
irrelevant that was 100 years ago.
Interesting. You should make that point, Brian. This is something I've gone about a lot. Because they believe, because they tend to be religious, of course, they tend to think that the oldest thing is the most authentic, the most true, the most reliable, the most credible, the most revered thing. Whereas, of course, in science, it's the latest thing that's most credible, most reliable. There's a complete. So that's why they keep on referring to the oldest points, like they took about Cavendish and gravity not working.
Rumpus, that's because their Bible was translated from the original text. You have to go back to the very beginnings of everything to have any credibility.
Yeah, that's my point.
Can you imagine the length of the Bible if they actually translated all the Dead Sea Scrolls and published it? I mean, look at the laundry list.
There would be entire books in there of laundry lists and accounting. I'm sorry. Not those Dead Sea Scrolls. The other part.
Numbers would get a definite new.
It would be an accounting ledger of everything that place ever purchased.
Yeah. So the basic point is that science is always revising itself and improving itself, and they don't understand that. So as you say, Parent, they always go back to some ancient thing Darwin got this wrong. Who didn't even understand. He didn't even know what genes existed. He thought it was all sort of,
I think if someone was able to explain this respectfully to them, then we can have more of an intelligent conversation with some of them and get over what they believe. about
No, because it's all about that hero worship thing. I mean, they are basically hero worshiping Darwin.
Well, the ones who are true,
Not
who are
scientists.
actually there to have like a proper conversation. I'm not going to just discount every single young Earth creationist as someone who doesn't want to learn, because there's some who are just raised that way. I was raised that way. I no longer think that way, but I mean, it wasn't necessarily my fault. It wasn't me just trying to be stubborn.
Of course.
Well,
But like Steve was saying, true, but like Steve was saying about Thompson, if he recanted everything and said he was wrong, and then stayed with Tompkins, thank you, and stayed with that, then support. But
well, the young Earthers, like you said, would throw them under the bus.
Off the sides, right?
They still would promote the information. They'd still be like, oh, well, Tompkins doesn't believe it anymore, but his information is still correct. I guarantee that's what they would do.
Yeah, and I think anybody who's actually seriously looking for like actual truth, and I think they'll find it, because here's the thing. My dad, I think he used to be a little more on like the young Earth creationist side probably when he was like when he was younger, but now he's looking into stuff more. He actually starts to accept a little more evolutionary type stuff. Like he still is, I'd consider him an old Earth creationist. Like that's kind of how he rolls. But at the same time, he's able to go, look, there's evidence for these things actually adapting from other like previous like species and stuff like that. However, he won't outright say something like an ape turned into a human or anything, but he's not at that level. But he's starting to look at things a lot more and be a little more accepting of certain things. But again, he still doesn't buy the whole, macro evolution thing.
Yeah, that's a red herring at this point. People that don't accept macroevolution don't understand macroevolution. It literally is that simple. I know they hate when they say that. Oh, you guys just say we don't understand. Well, they don't understand, and I can't emphasize that enough. They really don't. They don't understand what macroevolution means.
There's no more dumbing it down for them.
No, and we're past that point. That's why we don't mention the Clowncar posse and them that much anymore, because there's no dumbing down.
Yeah.
It's like they don't understand. It's basically microevolution, but on a bigger scale.
It's evolution. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just evolution. Micro, macro, whatever. Macro is something we do observe. I mean, it does exist.
Mm-hmm. It's like quantum physics, micro and macro universe. Quantum physics and relativistic physics, they're still physics.
Yeah, but one doesn't necessarily. The thing about micro and macro evolution is that one inevitably leads to the other, doesn't it? So, whereas the quantum physics doesn't necessarily lead to relativistic physics.
Yeah, evolution. The whole macro micro is even closer than.
There is something that bridges them together. Otherwise, you wouldn't have either of them, right? So we just don't know what that is yet.
Mm.
Yes, yes. We certainly don't know what it is at the moment. Yes, I mean
well, just like between Darwin and now, we didn't know DNA. Until an acid trip got Crick thinking about DNA in the double helix. True story.
Yeah, they had based it on some other research prior, but DNA is actually long before discovered the shape of it, right? The double helix. We've known about DNA since the beginning of the turn of the century. But anyways, but I was mentioned earlier about scientific headlines that misleading, and Wayne just posted one. I don't know if Wayne meant to post this as a misleading headline or to explain it, but some people actually had ran with it and shared it. Mystery human discovery shakes up theory of evolution. Denosians, right? And of course, they actually came into being after we split from Homo neanderthalis. No shakeup of the theory of evolution. This is, of course, from a place called Collective Evolution. It is a creationist webpage. But this is the misleading headlines that people read and go, oh, look, this shakes up the theory of evolution. No, we've known about these things for a long time. There's nothing that mysterious about it.
By the way, Steve Shaar's on the outside looking.
Yeah.
Okay, one sec.
Well, we also have an unknown back there somewhere, not just the Neanderthals and the Dossi. I can't even say that.
I always like to say like Dennis Hoven, like Like Eric.
what I want to do,
Yeah.
and so I get stuck in the middle, trying to say denosi. Ah, anyway, them.
Yeah.
But there's another. We have another unknown ancestor.
It's kind of like Dennis Hoven without the whole. It's just
One
Dennis
of those
Hoven.
words.
Yeah, Denosovin. God damn.
I know Denosovin. Yeah.
Damn Slavics.
I know. I just
People on their
that,
English language.
But we do have another unknown ancestor back there.
Is it at least one or one?
Well, it's at least one.
Yeah.
And we only know of it from DNA, not from fossils.
I think that's another reason why they find it hard to buy, is because we don't have like fossil transitions of like everything. So therefore, when they
that would be
a transition.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I mean, if you were able to have like transitional fossils from like the time we were, let's say, I don't know, just for an example, like fish type things all the way to like human, maybe that would satisfy them more. But since there isn't something like that,
No, because they would still see a problem with the gaps between your fossils.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't.
They want a fossil.
That would be more convincing to me. That's
They
why
want pictures. They want pictures.
Ever existed, so they
want
can
a
line them
goddamn
up one after
photos.
another.
Video. They want.
I don't know if anybody remembers here. I tried to remember who it was, but there was a scientist who was having a debate with an evolutionist, with a creationist.
Yeah.
And this creationist was always saying, "Show me the fossils for the whale. Show me the fossils for the whale." Well, at this point, right before, not long before this this debate, the three fossils, Pakicetus and the two other main ones that slipped my mind at the moment, right? So he was ready. So when the creationist said, "You show me," because his standard thing, "You show me where the fossils of the whale are," he said, "Well, there's Pakicetus, there's this one, and then there's this one." And the creationist looked at him and said, "Ah, now you just need 4 more."
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because you had to find all the ones in between.
Yep.
So that's the way they operate. And I really, if anybody out there knows who this is, because I've lost, at some point it'll pop up somewhere to who this is, who's talking about this, who the creationist is, who the scientist is. But this is what they do.
I understand it's annoying, but I get it. I mean,
but so at one point they had modern whale, and they had this what they thought was ancestral too. Again, I try to
whale, dog, bear thing.
Yeah, and right.
Bear.
Ancestral,
Whale,
dog,
bear.
and then they got the 3 in the middle, and instead the creationists go, well, you only need 4 more. But if we were to give them the 4 more, then they'd want more. And then they'd want more. Because we have more since then. We actually have more since then. Yeah. We also have some side branches, which I think Rhodocetus is a side branch. I have to look it up. But that actually helps confirm the whole thing, because it's like the experiments that evolution. You've got this ancestral type, and this ancestral type evolves into 2 or more types. One is more successful and continues.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be that kind of person. I understand that they want more and all that stuff, and I get it. But the thing is, I do have to say that when it comes to some of these, because I want to look into this stuff, so I could see the science behind it. But I can't help but feel kind of like disheartened when I find out that some of these transitional forms, and you go down the line, some of them seem like too big of a jump for me. Where it's like, okay, well, where was the one between that? It seems a little bit. And then
context, a little more context. What environmental factors drove it? I mean, that's the thing. Evolution is dependent upon change. Changes adaptability in the environment. So if the meteor came down,
but I'm also
Thaddeus, it could also be the time frame between the two specimens. You're right. There might be more that's needed in there. We just haven't found them yet.
And the other thing is, what particular part are you talking about?
I'm talking about, like, for instance, with the whole I find it confusing, especially with like the whole whale thing. Like, apparently it used to be like a creature is on land, right?
Yes.
Well, then what drives one to all of a sudden like go back to the ocean like that?
Well, it didn't go back to the ocean. It wasn't.
Well, I
in the
understand, but I mean,
it was in an
Okay,
aquatic
you know what I mean.
environment.
I'm talking in
Thaddeus.
very simplistic terms.
Yeah, it didn't come out of the ocean and go back. It did,
If it's a land animal
Yeah.
and
Well,
it finds a
land, yeah.
better food source in shallow water,
You mean going back
into the shallow water, becomes more adaptive to being in water, and eventually gets into deeper and deeper waters, and you wind up with a whale.
Yeah, we've got polar bears who do much
going
the
back
same
to
already.
What might cause it to become aquatic would simply be a change in the environment. This is one of the things that helped drive our evolution, was the change of environment in Africa. And we know this because we can fossils like Australopithecus afarensis and Africanus and so on and so forth. We happened at a time, we can see these changes happening at a time when the environment changed. So, for example, you have an animal that lives on land, and it's well, let's say it's kind of a prairie-like environment. You probably know what the prairie-like, it's grasslands. That's what I'm looking for. So you have these grasslands, right?
Okay.
But you also have some mountain ranges with lots of glaciers on them, because glaciers are found in mountains as well.
All right.
Well, the environment changes, right? Because the environment, there's a cycle. Do you know what the I can't say that word either. Steve, you can probably help. Milankovitch cycles.
Milankovitch? No.
Never even heard of the word.
Okay, you need to look that up. These are cycles that affect our environment, and I can't say it. I'll get a link later. Somebody perhaps could look it up and get the right spelling and pronunciation.
Milankovitch. Yeah,
Milankovitch. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah. Milankovitch.
Milankovitch. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, see, if I look at it, I can pronounce it, but in my mind, I have problems.
Yes, I know what you're referring to. Yeah. Now I was.
Milankovitch cycles. Okay.
Yeah.
So we do have these cycles, and so you've got grasslands, mountains with lots of glaciers. Well, it warms up, and the glaciers melt, and you get lots of rivers, and a lot of the grasslands turn into swamps or riparian environments. In other words, rivers. Animals that used to live, that used to feed on the grasslands, find themselves being sort of pushed out. Well, those, that one of the misunderstandings people have is that evolution happens to fit an environment. No, evolution is happening all the time, and what happens is those animals that happen to have a preferential mutation better in the environment. And one of the reasons some types of animals, some phyla, die out is because their particular group just didn't happen to have any good mutations or gene duplications or whatever that allowed them to. So you've got some animal that can tolerate a wet environment better than another. That's just simply the difference. You end up with two populations. You end up with the population that's still living in the grassy parts, and you've got a population that finds it's happier living in the wetter environment. Evolution will favor those animals that prefer living in a wetter environment. And you probably get something like the otter, not the sea otter, the regular otter. I don't necessarily mean in size or anything, folks. What I'm talking about is an animal that lives in a largely aquatic environment, but it's still one of the best examples we have. Let's go to sea otters. Is in I'm going to be jumping phyla here, but you'll get the other guy. So we've got the river otter, right? And the river otter spends a lot of time in the water, but they're basically land animals. Then we've got the sea otter. It's 90-some% of its time on the ocean. But it can do that because it has this really super thick fur. And one of the really cool things about the fur, which is one of the reasons the otters kind of almost went extinct, is this fur traps air bubbles near its skin and keeps it warm and cozy out there in the water. So you've got the 80% of its time in the water. Okay, now I'm going to jump phyla. And so now you're going to look at the sea lion, for example. Sea lions came from land carnivores, not unlike otters came about. Okay, but sea lions are really interesting because they still have their articulated hind legs and they still have external ears. A sea lion can outrace you because it can move its back legs forward and run just like a dog can. It may look a little bit clumsy, but they can freaking haul ass, and it can.
I can't believe I know. I refuse. I'm going to take one on. I can't believe one can outrun me.
Oh yes, it can. I don't know how fast you can run, but
50,
I had a marine biology professor who was an expert in pinnipeds, and they can run very, very fast. But that's a sea lion because it still has the articulated back legs. It still has external ears, which is not necessarily that important. Anything. And then you go to seals. What happened with seals? And sea lions spend a lot of their time on rocks. Here in the Monterey Bay area, they annoy the hell out of everybody because they spend a lot of their time on boat docks, and people literally have to walk around the freaking things to get to their boats. And they won't move. They won't move. They're just like.
I saw somebody just sinking one. They got so many on a boat, they sank it.
Yes, yeah, that happens. And they've tried a whole bunch of ways. It's actually funny to look at how they've tried to chase the sea lions off the docks, and it's basically an exercise in futility. It's like trying to trade a cat to do something. But so you've got the sea lion with the articulated back legs, and it also has the external ears.
All right.
And they do spend a fair amount of their time on rocks and things like that. And then you've got the seal. The seal has lost its articulated back legs. You've probably seen seals; they have to hump along, right? They don't have any back legs. They just have to hump along. And they've also lost their external ears. Kind of changes you see in a land animal going from being a completely land animal, it's like a weasel. A weasel is a relative of the otter, and it's a completely land animal. So you can see a weasel, right? You know what a weasel is like. And then you can see a river otter. You know what a river otter is like. And then you can see a sea otter. You understand what a sea otter is like. And then you can look at a sea lion. And then you can look at a seal. So what we've done is we've gone from a completely land animal to an animal that is completely aquatic.
Yeah. Okay. I get it.
You see how it happened. Although I did have to jump.
No, I understand.
There.
Yeah.
Right. But we do have evidence.
Real quick, I'm not going to keep this too much longer.
Okay. But I was just going to say we do have fossil evidence to show that seals and sea lions, which are related, came about roughly the same way as I'm talking about. Okay.
And stuff like that, I wish, like that should be like a short video here, just to shut down a lot of the different creationist arguments, and you don't have to waste your time with some of them.
Yeah, I think. Well, you know what? I'll do that.
People just listen. I mean, if
and as a matter of fact,
thankful for your explanation.
Dolphins, like the river dolphins, actually, and belugas too, the whales, actually have necks that they can move back and forth, and yet other dolphins and like orcas, killer whales, they don't have necks. So you see there are different steps in evolution.
Yeah.
Right, so they lost their necks when they became dolphins. Obviously, they had necks presumably when they were whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's
Markinism.
Yes. Yeah, I know. But so
that's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to stretch my neck out here and see if Shaar can get in as Steve's.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Shaar because
they had it removed.
You don't need your neck. Now I wanted to get Shaar in because Shaar is actually the reason why I'm having this hangout. Because she did put that link in there, and I just was like, okay, I'll listen to this, and I was like, holy shit! So I know you listened to it, Shaar. So what did you think about it? Oh, her mic is broken. Well, I'm Shaar, and I thought it was just awful. And I would just like to say that I am so smart, and all the rest of you are not as smart as me. No, just kidding.
Honestly, Shaar.
Shaar is pretty smart. Oops, shit! I just said I didn't do that. Shaar is like.
Can you hear me now?
Can we call that? Yeah. Can we call that performance anxiety?
Yes, I'm actually intimidated by Shaar. She is actually like smart.
Yeah, we can hear you, Shaar.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So what do you think of that?
Well, I haven't listened to the whole thing. It was a little bit aggravating. But I was wondering, like, so just going back a step there, like when you were talking about missing in intermediate species, like intermediate fossils, keep in mind that some evolutionary steps might have happened pretty rapidly, and there might not actually be intermediates for us to see. Right,
that's for the younger creationists.
Well, no, it's
possible, right?
I mean, like, well, when you look at there are people that are born with an extra finger, right?
Yeah, stuff like that.
I mean, if something like that were to happen genetically and be a dominant trait that got passed on to all your offspring, it would happen fast. It could happen.
Do Shaar, did you ever listen to the hangout where Jade and I were talking to Neffy and he confused polyploidy with polydactylism?
Yeah. Oh God.
And didn't understand.
Did
He didn't.
Oh,
He
no.
couldn't, for the life of him,
Oh.
grasp
Oh.
all the things I've ever had on G Plus. When poor Neffy he literally didn't understand the difference between polyploidy and polydactylism.
Well, you know, there's a bunch of polydactyl
so fun.
cats in Canada. There's like a population of cats that all have an extra finger, I guess. So you don't know if you'd call it a finger on a cat, but
like a dew claw kind of
cat
thing.
finger.
Do they extend it when they meet humans?
no, but they
Polydactyl
tend
cats
to hold things more like humans do.
Polydactyl cats all stem from Hemingway's cat.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
do
just
they?
yeah.
Oh,
There you
cool.
go. They're all related.
had-
They're basically all related.
Hemingway's
heard that.
cats live on one of the Keys, the Florida Keys, and they are the descendants of Hemingway's cats.
There's a
They're all
bunch
polydactyl.
in Atlantic Canada too, though. There's a population in Atlantic
Yeah.
Canada. I don't know where
I
they
had
came from.
one-
Though. They might have come from there.
I had one which must have been part Burmese because he loved the water, but played chase and volleyball, and he could almost turn the doorknob.
Ah,
Yeah,
yeah.
My cat does turn the doorknob.
bitch. Well, that's Yoda.
My cat can
Distort.
beat up your cat.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention is, you know, when it comes to this whole micro versus macro evolution thing, wouldn't you require some kind of mechanism to halt micro evolution?
Yeah, you need a line of demarcation. We've asked them that, right?
And I've asked tons of creationists that, and nobody's ever come back with something. They're like, well, you can't make, you know, a dog can't give birth to a cat, and it's like, so what is the mechanism that doesn't allow a dog to give birth to a cat? Just tell me that, right? Because they don't understand any of it, right? So, you know, I
right. They
I want to know what that is. Like, what is that?
Adam and Eve. They default to Adam and Eve, Shaar. That's the mechanism. You cannot go past Adam and Eve. Period.
There's this book.
I think they just don't think that everything
No, you stop there. They just don't think.
Yeah.
Well, and that applies to humans too.
Okay.
Right. If you take any species, any modern species, and you look back to see where it's diverged from, and you look back to see where that diverged from, and you keep going, billions of years you can do this, right? As Shaar said, where does it stop?
Yeah.
The first organism that basically had genes, or the first organisms, because there was like lateral gene transfer, but you can still go back a very long time of years. You can trace this back.
Breaking up
but
again,
am I really?
Yeah.
Pretty funny breakup.
I'm gonna have to call this Quitstone.
You need more RAM. Just get more
I
RAM.
know. I need a better computer. Period. But it is what it is. I got what I got. Well,
I wanted to add,
it's my birthday coming up. Send me an old computer that has like 16 megs of RAM.
I could send you a motherboard,
yeah.
but it would be old.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add to what Shaar said is she's absolutely correct, because we do have things like Hox genes
Mm-hmm.
that can cause a rapid change from one generation to the next. There's I wish I could find this is another one of those things that I have a list of stuff that I wish I could find. There used to be this meme about Hox genes. It was hysterical, and it used the example of a chair. That's all I remember. It used the example of a chair. And what it did was it showed, okay, this is a normal chair. This is if you change this kind of gene, you get a chair with no back. And if you change this kind of gene, you get a chair with no legs. And if you change a Hox gene, you get a refrigerator. Now that I don't remember what the last one actually was. It wasn't a refrigerator, but you get the idea. It's like you have these a particular kind of gene could cause a particular kind of change, right? And then you get up to Hox genes, and suddenly it's what the fuck?
Yeah, the segmentation was crucial to evolution, wasn't it? And Hox genes were responsible for that.
Yeah, and
Well,
if you
that's
look
the
up
point where
Hox
it goes from Hox genes to hoax genes.
right, and if you want to have fun, go to Google Images and type in Hox genes, and you'll see a bunch of the different kinds of changes that Hox genes can make. Now, yeah, going from a chair to a refrigerator, that's like crazy out there, wild. And it wasn't a refrigerator; it was something else. But that's an exaggeration, but it gives you the idea of what happens. But type in Hox genes, because there are genes that can cause rather than go step by step, there can be leaps. But I don't know a lot about that. Look it up.
It's like there's more people need to look at this kind of stuff instead of getting caught up in the fact that how can a scorpion ever have this specialized stinger if evolution exists? All these small things. Of course, you're not going to win an argument like that. It's like it's so specialized. Unless you know specifically about how scorpion evolution works, instead of looking at the bigger picture, yeah, you're not going to win that kind of argument. You have to tackle it like just get like to the roots of it. More people should.
A couple of things. One is Neff brought that up once because he was arguing. He was going, "Well, show me
that's what I'm talking about.
Show me where you get the mouth parts of a locust." And it took me.
That's a Tommy Hall favorite as well, isn't it? To ask for a specific gene evolution to match a particular morphological change.
Just nip it in the bud by showing the big picture.
But see, what I did was I didn't look up the mouth parts of a locust because that's far too general. What I did was I looked up for the evolution of the mouth of arthropods. Because
still doing that then, Jade. You've been doing that for some time, haven't you?
Yeah, and so I looked up the mouth part of an arthropod. And it was all laid out there. Because see, once you know how the mouth parts of an arthropod are made, then you can see how the different variations occur of different arthropods. Talking about a crab or a lobster or an insect, which is what a locust is. So you go from your generic arthropod mouth formation to your insect mouth formation to a particular type of mouth formation. But what he's looking for is this giant leap. It doesn't work that way. So because I know a little bit about science, I didn't look for locust, I looked for arthropod. That's the and a while back, was it Tommy or somebody brought up hearing. Please, it may have been Neff, may have been Tommy, somebody, please explain how hearing, all the different parts of the ear developed. How did hearing develop? Well, vertebrates, I bought a book on the evolution of vertebrate auditory systems, which is a very specific kind of thing, right? And when I read the book, I was like, guess what? All of the auditory systems, not only in invertebrates, but also in some invertebrates, is all based around one thing. It's the hair cell. See, all of our hearing is based on what's called a hair cell. It's a cell, the hair in it. And everything else is just added to that. That's the thing that helps us hear. So when us humans, we have these ears that have developed to allow the hair cell to pick up. We have other parts that allow it to amplify the sound. But it's the hair cell that allows hearing in vertebrates, in all vertebrates, and even in like fish. For example, the lateral line in fish is a sensitive organ. It's got hair cells. So when you talk about something like this, it's not like the system just exploded up. It all goes back to this one basic cell.
Fish have got hair cells, Jade. Come on.
It's a hair. Yeah, that's it. And then once you
fish don't have hair.
No, they have hair cells.
They have hair cells.
Come on, Rumpus. Listen, Rumpus. We've been discussing this all day about not listening.
Right. So when you go back to that one basic thing, then it's like the light goes on. Oh, so everything else from there on, whether you're putting it in a lateral line or you're putting it in a mammalian type ear. And again, to understand a human ear, you have to go to the basic mammalian ear, right? And to understand the mammalian ear, you really need to go back and look at the reptile ear. And to understand the reptile ear, you need to, you see what I'm saying? There's a progression. But when you go back to the very beginning of it all, it's just a hair cell, and everything else is just added to help. It was so cool when I discovered that.
I'm confused about this hair cell, Jane. If fish don't have hairs, how does it constitute a hair cell?
Well, because it's not actually a hair. Right. It's called a hair cell because that's how it was discovered. Basically, you've got a cell with something in it that vibrates.
Right, which then became hair when the fish then became amphibians and leapt on the land.
Exactly, and so this is again the problem with language, the way we use things. Because if it was discovered first in mammals, we go, "Oh, look, that's got a little hair thingy in it," so it's a hair cell.
The way you said it, Jay, just made it sound kinky. Sorry.
But no, see, you see the point that I'm talking about is it all sounds very, oh my God, how could the human ear develop? Then when you go back and look, it's, oh wow, it's just, this is actually really cool. And you have to trace the pattern. And fortunately, we have living examples. And we have fish, we have amphibians, we have reptiles, whatever a reptile is, we have various different sorts of things. And we have mammals. We even have early mammals because we have monotremes and marsupials. So examples in living things. that show
So
us.
So
this
you
works.
saying, Jay, that all the hair cells that we've got with hair in mammals go back to the sort of the hairs that we used for detecting sound and things inside fish, because on the lateral lines or wherever.
Right, the hair cell. Yes, it goes back all back that.
So,
But it's more than that. Here's when you get back a little bit more. It's more than that, because did you know that part of our hearing is from our jaw?
Yeah.
Yes, I did know that bit. Yes.
Okay, and that there are certain cell phones that are designed to take advantage of that.
Oh.
Now,
yes, because in
if
fact the
you go-
whale. Sorry to butt in, but there's the whales history. When we do that thing for hogtie, I did a lot of research on the fatty bit or something for in the jaw. They know that whales, when they at what point they become aquatic, because there's a sort of certain area for fat cells or something to provide them with to be able to hear underwater.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I have to get ready to go here, guys.
Okay.
But hang on, no, hang on. Since the doctor joined us, I'm gonna leave this open while I'm gone. Doc, but you're gonna be in charge, Doc.
So I'm like He-Man right now.
Yeah, you're the deity in charge, the minor deity.
Promise that I can be in charge next time.
Oh.
No, you get it on the weekends, man. The weekends over.
Okay.
But anyways, I want to keep this open only for the fact there are people coming in now. People are listening, and it's worth to keep it open. There's no sense of ending it if I got, people joining us. But give out the link to the people if you know them while I'm gone. If you don't know them, forget it. I did remove it from the outside link. So, but yeah, I'm going to be gone for about 90 minutes at the least, probably, because I have to go to the store with my roommate. But I'm going to leave this open so you guys can converse for at least another hour and a half or so. Is that cool?
Okay, bye, Steve.
Yeah, pick up some RAM while you're there.
It's a grocery store, not a computer store. All right, bye.
Oh.
Goodbye.
I want to add something about the Hawks genes.
Bye, people.
They're, like they talk about, evolution and all these different things that are going to tear apart evolution, when actually they even add more information to show evolution works even more and more. They put it all together and like, wow, this really confirms a lot of stuff or adds to it. Well, in the Hawks genes, to me, it's like one of the big things that can show common ancestry. Like if you take Hawks genes for an eye out of the fruit fly they experiment with, take that out, take a Hawks gene out of maybe a mouse or something, and replace that with the one you took out of the fruit fly and put it on their leg or their back or whatever. That gene from, say, a mouse will make an eye, but it would be a fly eye form, wherever you put it in the embryo. And I just killed the room.
Yeah, well, I was busy looking at all this hair stuff. Hair stuff's getting me all excited. I was still trying to cope with all this hair history.
Yeah, thanks, Headley, for that link. That's pretty cool.
And isn't hair because there was that woman, where was she, in China or something, where she had nails growing out of her skin? Because
it was
hair follicles essentially, but it was just growing nails instead. So hair is not necessarily different from nails and all these other things. It's just the manifestation of that gene or whatever.
Right.
Well, and rhino.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
There are various, and I always forget which is which, but there are 3 different kinds of horns. Is basically just hair.
Yeah, that's rhino. The rhino.
I think the rhino is just hair. Huh?
Then there's antlers. That's a whole different body.
There's antlers, there's horns, and there's another there. But there's 3 different ways that basically horns or horn-like things are formed.
Well, and with elephants, it's actually teeth, right?
Yes, that's enamel. Yeah.
But so that's. But I think with rhinos, it's just hair. So this is it's an outgrowth of the integument or the skin, and with other animals, it's an outgrowth of the bone. So I think.
Did you post recently about the pigs, Jay? The Indonesian pigs that have those.
because hair.
They come out of their skull. The Indonesian pigs that have their teeth that come out of their skull and actually can curve round and go into their brain. Was that you? Oh no, perhaps not.
Yeah,
that was me. That was the that type of pig that lives in it's a relative of pig. Yeah, and it has those teeth. It's actually teeth that curve up and around.
Yeah.
And if it gets old enough, they curve so much, they will actually start penetrating the skull.
Yeah.
How closely related are they to beaver?
Not close.
Because beavers too, like if beavers don't use their teeth, they'll keep growing and growing and like curve down into their neck.
There's other rodents though that have the same thing.
Yeah,
all
Some
rodents
rodents
have
as
their
pets,
teeth
you always got
Yes.
to have that little thing for them to chew on.
True.
Yeah, but with these
it's
boars, it was like growing like up through its snout and then curving back into its skull.
Yeah,
it's not
You can understand
like
why
a beaver.
You can understand why squirrels can chew away at these things we regard as almost impossibly hard, because they don't mind chewing away. They're losing a couple of their incisors and things. They've always got more to come.
When
and
my
if
mother
they have a birth defect, or if they again will have something that grows and grows and grows, and they can't stop it.
My mother worked for a dentist for a time. She relayed one story of a kid who had to have certain teeth removed because the adult teeth were actually growing up rather than down.
God, I hate dentist stories.
By the way, have you guys ever looked at a
Is no one going to remark about the British man being afraid of the dentist?
I thought we put that one to rest.
It's just a given.
But have you ever seen a picture of a child's skull that shows where all the adult teeth are before they grow out?
No.
I have to say I haven't.
I'll try to find it. It is weird. The first time I looked at it, I was like, "Oh God, that's what I was like when I was a kid."
There are quite a few people that have 3 sets of teeth, right?
There are. Yeah.
I think that's pretty common. And then there are some people that don't even have adult teeth. That's happened too. Like like my ex-brother-in-law had I don't know how many of his teeth were missing, and he only had baby teeth, so he had to get implants because the baby teeth don't last. So had to get implants to replace the baby teeth when they rotted.
Yeah, intelligently designed. Yeah, okay. By a perfect being. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Jade.
This Indonesian boar is a good example of intelligent design. We'll put teeth that grow out of the top of your snout and then curl into your forehead.
The thing that scares me to death is that caterpillar that gets infested with those parasites that
let's not go there.
Brain
let's not go there.
The zombie fungi.
Crazy.
Well, I guess
Feral cats, just saying.
I guess I better not mention botfly larvae and the places.
No, definitely not.
Oh,
Definitely not.
I just found out about that recently, and I'm like, oh hell, oh no, hell.
It's about supper time there, isn't it, Jade?
Thank you.
Oh, that stuff doesn't bother me.
Oh, I know, but
I know.
It freaked me out. I lost all my butch.
Yeah, no comment, Debbie.
Okay, hang on a second. I've got a picture here. It's not the one I was looking for. There's one that's even sort of more gruesome, which is really kind of funny because this is just what we look like. Okay, here we go. This is one from the side. The one I was actually looking for, more from the front. But here's kind of what a child's skull looks like. This is what we look like, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just cool.
It is cool, but it's also kind of gross if you look at where our teeth are.
Yes, but cool.
Yeah, but if you look up pictures, I was trying to find the one that I've more familiar with that is kind of like really super cool, but I don't see it. It's just those teeth. They're in our heads. I mean, they're just like in the background there. It's just weird.
Yeah.
You know?
I like how the one on the bottom there, the molar, it doesn't really look like it's fully formed yet. It's just kind of interesting, the detail there.
Mm-hmm. In this particular picture, you can see that the back ones there, like the wisdom teeth there. But isn't that just so weird? Where our teeth are like up in our head. And again, if you look this up, if you just look up child's skull with teeth or something like that. You'll get to see all the pictures. But darn it, there's a really, really freaky one that we can't find.
And I'll be the asshole in the room and do the screen share.
There you go. Go ahead.
Just so we can get everybody else first.
This one, let me post it on. This one's a little bit like the one I'm talking about, but the one I'm talking about that I can't find right now, is basically the same thing, but it's just a better picture. But here you go. Here's what we
It kind of looks like the rough sketch of like the artist's conception of Alien.
Right. There we go. Take a look at that link. But it's just so weird. That's what we looked like, folks, when we were kids. That's where our teeth were.
No wonder there's so many sinus problems.
They're right up to our nose. Look at where those teeth are.
No, actually, I get earaches. Like I have really bad ears. I got really small canals. I'm like a baby when I fly. Like I have to pop my ears like every 2 minutes, or I can never get them open again. Yeah. And when if I get any kind of like toothache or like any kind of like enamel wearing down, I get earaches. And for the longest time, like I had an earache that was really bad for 3 months, and I saw a couple doctors and a specialist, and they're like, there's some inflammation, but there's no infection, and we don't know what it is. And it turned out it was a tooth. The tooth didn't hurt me, but I got an earache.
Right.
Yeah, like it's all connected. Sinuses, teeth, ears.
Yeah.
It's all
But
in
the
there.
first time I saw that, I just shuddered. I thought to myself, oh my God, that's where my teeth were when I was a kid. Oh dear God.
And actually, instead of Alien, it's more Resident Evil because it looks like it's going to split open their quad.
Yeah. I haven't.
That's probably the better of the ones.
I have trouble believing Jade was freaked out because you love zombie movies, don't you?
Oh, I know, but that was just so weird to think that's what we were all like. But it also kind of tells you, you hear about these kids with facial deformities, and the doctors have to repair them. I knew that they had to bring in dentists to help, but think about trying to repair a massive facial deformity, and there's all those freaking teeth in there too.
Yeah.
In a child. It's like, wow, that makes it so much more complicated.
Just pull them out and give them dentures.
But, yeah. Well, they may have to use it sometimes, Who knows?
Polygraph, there it is.
There was a guy who in the old days when they had the freak shows, I used to work with a guy who was part of a circus sideshow. He wasn't the freak; he was the sword swallower. And the freak shows, went out like the last ones. I actually went to one when I was a very small child, so I would say they probably ended somewhere in the early 50s. I don't know. That's just to my knowledge. You'd have to look it up. But the sideshow at least ended in the early 60s. But the whole story of the freak shows is actually really sad and really cool because all of these people who were different, had different sorts of, found a home in the circus sideshow, and they became a family. And they found a place where, although, where they were accepted for who they were, if, whatever their problems were, although they had to go out and exhibit themselves and have people point at them and jeer and laugh and say things like that. That was horrible. But they had a family, they had a home. And some of them had been almost literally locked in the attic by their families until like word got out. And there were these people who would go look for freaks, for the freak show. And they would hear a rumor of somebody and they'd go, hi, I remember reading about a situation. Honestly, where the guy went to this house and the woman's daughter was not allowed to go out. And I don't even remember what her problem was, but they convinced her mom, and sometimes they quite literally bought people to, they essentially, hey, we'll give you $1,000 and we'll take your kid, although not usually small child, usually, teenager, and then they'd take them to the freak show. And on the one hand, it was just you can imagine having someone cheer at you, jeer at you.
Jay,
Look at the weirdo.
at JW, did you ever see the show Carnival?
Yeah, it's great. I've also seen the Todd.
But that has quite a bit of that underpinning it, and also in one way, the freak show, what it was and how you described it, which was very accurate, is very much the pagan community, all over the place. It's interesting.
And there's Todd Browning movie, Freaks. Have you ever seen that? That's a kind of unnerving, but it's really cool. There's a guy in there who has no arms and legs, and he was like, I don't know, called the Snake Man or something like that. And one of the things they did, because I've read all about this after I met this guy, because he came up and worked with one day at this book about freaks and was talking about all these people he knew, and I became interested in it after that. What they did was, this one guy had no arms and no legs, but what he did was he wore an outfit that made it look like he had no hips or shoulders. He had hips or shoulders, but the way his outfit was created was to give the illusion that he didn't have any, so he looked very snake-like. But in the movie Freaks, this guy is carrying on. Remember, he has no arms and legs. Okay, he's carrying out a conversation with somebody. While he's carrying out the conversation, he rolls a cigarette and lights it. How does a guy with no arms and no legs roll a cigarette?
He was a black guy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was a black guy.
Well, he rolls a cigarette carefully.
It's really cool because he's got
you take the paper and you put the tobacco in it, and then you got to look at the sticky part and you just roll it around. That's how you roll a cigarette.
Yeah, but how do you do it with no arms and no legs?
Well, you put the tobacco in the paper and you lick it and you roll it around.
Yeah, but how do you get this back?
I've met a woman who can tie a cherry stem with her tongue. Just saying.
This is not the same thing. You really should see the video, or at least that part, because he pulls out the paper, and he kind of, with his mouth, he does this all with his mouth while carrying on a conversation. Then he pulls out the little packet of tobacco with the drawstring, loosens the drawstring, pours it in the paper, which he's holding with his between his chin and his shoulder, puts it back, manages to roll it with his lips and his tongue, sticks his mouth, goes and gets the match, lights the match, and he does this all with his mouth. It's the most amazing thing to watch.
I've got to ask though, while you've got a pause of breath though, was his name Bob?
No, I don't know what his name was. I have no idea. But one of the things I was going to do, how many of you know about the town that they founded?
I do.
Yeah, I figured you probably did.
Yeah.
So
it's in Florida.
Yeah, it's in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
They founded their own town, and there was actually a episode of X-Files. Anybody remember that one where they went to that town? Well, anyway, the circuses used to winter in Florida because you couldn't travel around the country with snow and everything. And the circus people, including the freaks, founded their own town. And they built their own houses and everything. There was this one guy who had a house. He was also one of the carpenters for the circus.
Wow. I mean, that is amazing.
There are, if you look this up, you can find out about the town. I don't remember the name of the town. You can find out about the town. There may even be on YouTube, because in the past, I don't know what the state of the town is. It may have fallen into, a lot of towns have been like ghost towns or more or less. But there were, videos from different television shows and things where people went and interviewed the people. And I'll never forget the one where they're interviewing this woman who worked in the circus for a long time. And she had no legs. And the kitchen, she's in the kitchen cooking and everything. And they didn't adapt the kitchen for anything. She's just hopping up on everything. And you're just watching her going, no legs her entire life. So she just adapted. But just because someone was, disadvantaged in a way, they didn't mean they couldn't do things. And ironically, the way I got to this, I didn't mean to go sideways so much, is to talk about facial deformities. One of the key exhibits in one sideshow was a guy who had a cleft face. You've heard of a cleft palate? His entire face was sort of split in two. And because it was split in two like that, they put a fake eye in the middle. Guys. And it's honestly kind of one of the scariest people I ever saw when I first saw his picture. But after a while, you kind of get used to it. Apparently, he was really, really nice guy. Married, had kids. They were fine. But where else could a guy with a cleft face find a wife but in the circus?
At the Learning Annex when they're teaching people how to read Braille?
Well, maybe, but I think the first time someone reached up and touched their face, it'd be like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I was going to say, Doctor, I've met someone who's blind, and they usually want
to there
know you.
They
don't touch your face, right? So, really.
Yeah, again, Headless comes through with pointing out it's Gibsonton, Florida. There we go.
And it's still populated.
Because I had heard a while back, I was afraid that it had fallen into somewhat disarray. I didn't know.
Well, the last census is 2010, so
it's still not too bad. But I think perhaps maybe what I'm thinking is that maybe it went through some downturn, like or something. So I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and they have like a circus or carnival museum there where you can see different things from over the history.
And that, by the way, was also part of the X-Files episode.
And surprisingly enough, if you live there, it is zoned that you can have an elephant or a carny trailer on your front lawn.
That's pretty good. Anyway, by the way, don't bother to look up Google for cleft face because it's pretty disgusting.
That's a challenge.
Everybody's going to do it because I was going to try to look up this one.
Make sure your safe search is on.
And I probably should have put up Circus Freak. I'm certainly not seeing him here. I'm seeing a bunch of poor, unfortunate kids. Let's try circus performer or sideshow. I may not be able to find it. Oh, there he is. Okay, let me show you the image. This is the guy. I'm pretty sure. If it isn't the guy, he looks like the guy. Yeah, this is the guy, because you can see the fake third eye, I think. Hang on. Okay. Just what you wanted to see, right? Oops. Oh, great.
The fake
Come on, work.
Third eye?
Yeah, hang on.
They use a glass eye.
We didn't really have a third eye. Check out the picture and you'll see what I mean.
Oh, I see.
See, they put a fake in there to make it look like he had a third eye.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put this in outside chat in case anyone there we go. Crow Many Clouds put this in the background in the live chat with a link. It says Prince Randian, the living torso, lights a cigarette. Anyway, here's this guy that I'm talking about who had the cleft face. But you can see when you look at his picture, when he went out in public, he used to wear a hat that was pulled all the way down for obvious reasons. Let me I think there's a link to. But apparently he was like a really nice guy. You know, it's not his fault that he looked like that.
I kind of want to reference the Doctor as Doctor Who. That's kind of when you've had so much misery, you can't help but to be kind.
Mm-hmm. Was a link, but it turned out to be a dead one. So, but that's okay. You see what he looked like. I know there are sites online that talk about freaks and circus freaks, and if you're interested in more about him, you can probably find it out. But yeah, it's actually worth looking into and reading some of the stories from them, and how supportive this society was. And even some interesting stories about them. That I remember them one fire, and they had the fat lady of the circus who actually could not walk or anything without assistance.
Mm.
And yet they had this fire, and somehow she got out of her trailer, and they were still looking at her going, how the hell did you get out of your trailer? She goes, I don't know. But apparently a fire does it. There's some really actually quite charming romances that took place, like the skeleton man and the fat lady. They fell in love with each other. Or Priscilla, the gorilla girl who fell in love with the alligator man. And that was actually quite charming, because when he first started in the circus, and his skin condition, which is why it was called Alligator Man, his skin condition wasn't very pronounced, so he was like a second-tier performer. But Priscilla, the gorilla girl, was a first-rate performer. You know, she was a headliner. And so he was too shy. He felt, oh, she's a star. She won't want to have anything to do with me because I'm just in the back. Then his skin condition got worse. And confidence to approach her. And they lived together well into their, 80s or something. I mean, there's like a picture. And of course, when she got older, she shaved. But yeah, there's some interesting stories there. And it's kind of nice to see that, you know, if you're the gorilla girl or the alligator man or the skeleton man or the fat lady, you too can find love.
Makes me feel a lot more confident about myself.
Somewhere out there.
I know.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna see if I can find it just for the heck of it while I'm on the roll. And I think Priscilla is spelled Percilla, but I think I'm just gonna put in Gorilla Girl and see if I can find a picture of her. But yeah.
I have to say, though, every time I hear the name Priscilla, there's only one Priscilla that comes to mind. She's the queen of the desert.
Oh, no, this is Priscilla.
Ah, Priscilla. Closer to persimmon.
Like
P-E-R. And I did have the right spelling. And I've got the looking for. This was Sideshow World. Yes, I've seen this site before. And this is Priscilla and her husband, the alligator man, although you can't tell he's the alligator man in this photo. But I've seen pictures of them when, like, they were in their 80s or something like that. But and Priscilla. But as I said, when she got older, she shaved. But back then, I think she also had quite hairy arms.
There we go.
I'm looking at another picture where they were much younger. Here's a
She wasn't Aborigine, was she?
I think she was from Cuba. I don't remember exactly. Here's another picture that shows several pictures of them. Yeah, she was kind of hairy. She just suffered from hirsutism, is what it's called. Monkey girl, that's what she was called. I thought she was called Gorilla Girl. It said Monkey Girl.
Some like the European look.
There's some other pictures of oh yeah, there's Frank Lentini, the three-legged man who like had a thumb growing out of his thigh as well. He had some other anomalies. Fishing, and the third leg didn't really work, but he'd go fishing, and what he'd do is he'd prop it behind him, so it was his two legs and the one would be like a tripod. See, I know all this stuff from reading these things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just had a thought. Y'all forgive me, but the guy with the third leg, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine Tommy Hall coming in on that one?
Well, he also,
see, evolution and one, instant evolution there. He changed.
Well, no, he's just simply what he was is a co-joint. He was a twin, but he partly absorbed his twin. He also, if I remember correctly, had at least consent of entire genitals, an extra penis growing somewhere. The things didn't always grow where they were supposed to. I don't remember the exact story, but
yeah, when you first mentioned the leg, I was thinking maybe something happened, with the Hox genes, because sometimes they go a little screwy and weird things happen, like bone. So there was a bone growing in your muscle tissue,
Well, no, this was a case. A lot of these situations where you see someone. Oh, here it is. Here's the one I'm looking for. Let's see, is this from?
Yeah, a lot of them you're just twins.
Yeah, it's twins that have been partly absorbed.
Yeah.
Is this the? I think this might be the one I'm thinking of. Is the? I think this is it. It's the that lady in the skull. There was a what do you call it? A TV special, and this is them. It's the Battersby. That they did a really lovely job of showing the freaks, quote unquote, and as just real people, and they had this when the two fell in love. Here's a picture of them. They put them in the show, and I don't remember the exact story. Here's a picture of them. I don't remember if they set them up to dance together first as part of the show, and then they fell in love, or they fell in love and then they had them dance together in the show. But a long time since I've read some of this stuff. But in this special that I was watching, this television show, they did a beautiful. Obviously, it was just but did a beautiful little segment showing people like them dancing together. Yeah, that's them, and they fell in love with each other.
They definitely have a very Russian look to them.
I don't remember. The name is Battersby, and I'm pretty sure this is the same couple. I have to look them up to be sure. But sometimes when they did these things, they they would pair people up as just a sort of a, or maybe this is them. Let me see.
Opposites.
Yeah. They would do things like that. No, maybe that's not them. Maybe that's just a setup. Let me take a look at this.
Well, it's all suggested marketing, isn't it? Because one looks more extreme the closer to the extreme that you put it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, actually, for all I know, because this is another, I think this might actually be them. Johnny Eck. Let me see. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. So they would put like opposites together. For example, they put the giant with the dwarf and things like that, and some of it was just hype. Like I said, I don't know if they put these two together and then made it a as a promotional deal, and then they fell in love, or if it was the other way around. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a site with it's taken a while.
But love, how do you even define it? Who knows?
It is a fickle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of, certain current U.S. presidents, it might even be a fake thing. Who knows?
It's not fake. It's alternative facts.
No, okay.
Oh no, wait. It's fake when it's someone saying it's something about you, but when you lied, then it's alternative facts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, and then of course you then change the narrative when it's wrong. No, that's not okay. I think that is the couple. For example, they're now walking back the fact that the news didn't cover terrorist acts. Remember that, President?
Oh, God, this crap again.
I just had a wicked thought that I had to share. The TV or quote unquote media is now the new gas chamber for gaslighting.
I don't know.
Well, for us Paranor, it's like watching a really bad reality show play itself out.
Oh, hell yes.
But anyway, so the latest thing is, Trump says that the media hasn't been covering all these terrorist acts. And Sean Spicer then comes out and says, oh, no, it's not that the media hasn't been covering them thoroughly.
You mean like the Green Massacre?
Yeah, like the Bowling Green Massacre. I don't know. That was funny.
I had to look that up, and I couldn't find a damn thing on it.
Because it didn't exist.
I couldn't even find crap about saying it didn't exist.
But I remember when that happened. Yeah. But I remember.
Well, that's how you know it really happened. They really just buried that.
Right. Yeah. I know, so totally. But I mean, I remember when the real incident happened, and the news did cover it thoroughly.
Yeah.
It's just the made up stuff is just getting hysterical. Yeah, because the news actually asked, asked Spicer, well, can you give us a list of these terrorist acts that supposedly the media didn't cover? And he said he'd get a list of something or other. I don't remember.
I have to go get my list.
I don't think news exists.
All I'm hearing is transitional fossils at the moment. It's the same damn argument to me.
Yeah.
All I know is when I go to a news site and I'm getting bombarded with things about Beyonce, I don't even know if there's news anymore. I think I've given up.
I'm not even sure anymore if Beyonce is pregnant or not. Like,
I don't even care.
I'm questioning that now.
I don't even know who. Like, sometimes the major headlines are people I've never heard of.
Like what happened to the day when we used to report on things like Kim Kardashian's butt?
The one thing that I never understood was why it was news when Kim Kardashian did that nude photo shoot. She got famous for making a sex tape.
Like I said, why can't we just go back to these days?
Because we're still in those days. Trump is the evolution of that.
I know.
Right? Trump is just bravado. He sells an intangible ego. That's it. So does Kardashian, all she does is point to her butt. But the rest is ego. I don't even think she looks that great, just saying.
She doesn't.
Careful, the SJWs will run out now and start yelling you're racist.
Oh, that's all right.
Stop white supremacy.
Threats from them.
Ethnocentrist.
You guys, I don't even know who Kim Kardashian is. I've heard the name a lot, but I don't know how she's relevant, who she is, what she looks like.
Go to Pornhub.
Yeah.
It's Caitlyn Jenner's stepdaughter.
Daughter-in-law.
How's that?
Now you're really confused. Prosecuted. Her dad was the defense for O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, stepdaughter. You were right the first time. Stepdaughter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stepdaughter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's how they kind of became well known in the first place, because Robert Kardashian, defense attorney for O.J. Simpson, amongst others, one of the major defense attorneys. He later died, although I think she married then Bruce Jenner. they were divorced at the time.
Let's keep the chronology going.
Well, I'm pretty sure, like, so she was married to whatever her name is. I can't remember the one Kardashian, but because I don't get them straight. Robert Kardashian, they got divorced. She married Bruce Jenner. She had children by Robert Kardashian, and no, Freddie, you can't eat the cheese. And then she had a couple of children by she had 3 children by Robert Kardashian, right? Son and 2 daughters. And then she married Bruce Jenner, and they had 2 daughters. And I don't remember their names or anything like that because I don't care. I would love to find a news site that I could go to.
The only one that I know about.
Celebrity free.
The only other one that I know is Caitlyn Jenner, just because when she turned 18, there was a news story about how Pornhub immediately offered her an enormous amount of money to do a porn video, and that was made all the more creepy by knowing that they had planned this out like months in advance prior to her turning 18, and they basically just waited until the second she turned 18 to click enter on the send button for the email.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just...
Actually, a celebrity-free news site, that would actually be refreshing. Because, they actually have candy-free checkouts at some grocery stores now.
Okay, wait. If we're gonna do celebrity-free news websites, what about things that are actually newsworthy that involve celebrities?
Well, if it's newsworthy, if one of the Kardashians murders someone, then it's news.
Okay.
Well, and so,
what about a celebrity death?
like, but like even like.
So if Caitlyn Jenner runs someone over with her car,
not newsworthy. That's already happened, and no one cared the first time.
Yeah, and the thing is, but that's not particularly unusual.
We'll find out about that on South Park.
But there are other legitimate things, right, that involve celebrities that, like every now and then I like to hear a certain celebrity comment on, politics or something, because some of them are really smart.
Well, and some of them,
I
mean, this whole fuss, for example, with Ashley Judd saying, "Oh, she doesn't know anything. She's just a actress." Yes, an actress with a master's in public policy from the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. She's currently in a PhD program for public policy administration at Berkeley. She also has a history of working with humanitarian groups and in politics. Yeah, she's not a know-nothing. Oh, and Meryl Streep not only has a degree from Brown University, which is a very prestigious university, she has a Master of Fine Arts from Harvard.
Yeah.
A lot of celebrities are far more educated than people realize.
Well, it's like the best heavy metal musicians are classically trained.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I don't think Shia LaBeouf qualifies.
No, I don't either. He's been off the rails for a while. Yeah, no, there's some of them, but also if you've ever read what you would call the Ellen DeGeneres kind of celebrity interview or the Tonight Show celebrity kind of interview, but there are others that like the Actors Studio and things like that where you get in depth.
Love the
and those are more interesting because you get to listen. You'll hear some celebrity talk about how, well, so let's say they did a movie where they played an individual in the Renaissance, and they'll sit there and talk about all the research they did about the Renaissance, that role, or something similar, or someone who took up boxing or learned stamp collecting and all the different kinds of stamps. And things like that for their role. So it's actors who just walk out there and act. But most of them, at least the good ones, put a lot of time and effort into their roles. Yeah. They create an entire backstory.
You want to know what story so there's a guy, I don't go to the church anymore, but my mom still goes, and there's a woman there. She works for, I don't know how, actually, I don't really understand, but she works for movies, and she's one of those continuation people. I don't remember the name of the title, but she's the one that makes sure that when they take a second or a third shot that the person's hair is the same. Continuity, yes. Yeah. So she makes sure the hair is the same, or the cup has the same amount of fluid in it, and all that stuff. Yeah. So she's worked quite a few. Like, she's actually worked on some Hollywood movies and stuff, and she does like some Canadian productions and stuff. But she, I don't know what happened, but she managed to get like her father, I think it was her father, works. He's just a truck driver. Like, he works for I don't know, some major shipping company, and he just drives big semis around all day. And somebody asked her, hey, we know your father does this. Can we like send him someone to spend a couple days with him on the road so that they can get some information about how trucking works, right? Mm-hmm. And she's like, yeah, sure. Who is it? And they're like, oh, we don't have the name or whatever. Just like, but we'll fix it up. So anyway, she didn't actually meet the guy or anything, but she set it all up, and she was talking to her father, and like, so who was it and what happened? And he's like, oh, I don't know, some really nice guy, Brad something. I don't know his name.
Yeah. The most generic Canadian name.
Yeah, no, it actually turned out to be Brad Pitt. Like, I don't know what movie it was, if it ever happened or whatever. But
yeah,
it's kind of hilarious.
People will learn how to box, defense. They'll go on long camping trips to learn about what it's like. They'll go to the Arctic to see what that's like. So it's not like they just and make stuff up. I'm going to say yes. I'm sure there are some that do, and probably most of those that do aren't great actors. But most of them put a lot of effort. Yeah. And some actors are like Gina Davis are like a genius level in terms of their intelligence, And this is a woman. One of the things that impressed me about her is she was watching the Olympics. This was a couple Olympics ago, and she watched this guy. And she thought that was so cool. She wanted to do it. So she's an adult now at this point, not some kid. And so she took up archery. The Olympic trials in the United States. She didn't make the team, but she got to the trials. That's the dedication, on top of being the fact that she's utterly brilliant. I am subscribed to Morgan Fairchild. And if you like science stuff and some politics and the occasional animal rescue, subscribe to Morgan Fairchild. The reason I am, she mostly did television movies and stuff like that. You might remember, if you look her up, you'll see what she looks like. Long ago, about how intelligent she was. And of course, most people would just look at her and go, oh, beautiful blonde, blue-eyed, typical. But she's apparently brilliant. What I've seen and so when I got on Twitter, I don't know exactly. I think somebody tweeted something by Morgan Fairchild, and I was like, oh, I remember her. She's supposed to be really smart. So I started following her on Twitter, and I'm getting all this great science stuff. And I think she has a background in mathematics. I forget. But so who spent her life basically doing B movies on television. But
Jade, you've got to admit, though, the best of acting and brilliance has got to be. I remember which one it is because I sometimes confused. Marlene Dietrich.
No, not Marlene Dietrich. Although she was quite intelligent. You're talking about Hedy Lamarr.
Thank you, Hedy Lamarr. Thank you.
Who was a genius and who is considered a goddess by most nerds nowadays, because we wouldn't have the internet if it weren't for her. Well, we probably would have eventually. Wouldn't have had. You wouldn't be able to unlock your car remotely if it weren't for her. Yeah. Hedy Lamarr, utterly brilliant, drop dead gorgeous, utterly brilliant.
And did a sex film.
I kind of like listening to Russell Brand. Is it Russell Brand?
Oh God, why?
Yeah, because he's funny. I know he's like, I don't really care what he says, but he's funny. But, but you know who I think actually is smart too?
He's the male version of Amy Whitehouse.
Maybe. You know who I think is smart though is Marilyn Manson.
Yes.
Oh,
Actually, I can speak on this because, funny enough,
Yeah.
back in the IRC days, early days when there was FNet, Undernet, and DALNet was just about to start, I was in a part of a room which he was a part of, not knowing it. Okay, for years, and he always hung out in the Satanist rooms and all this as well, but. Best conversations out of him on any topic. The guy just thinks deep thoughts all the time, I think. But years later, the people who ran the room, the owners of it, got tickets to the show that was closest to their town directly from him. Do you know who this is? It's like, who? Marilyn Manson. Who's that? But yeah, I've actually talked with him. And yeah, he's brilliant. Great to engage with.
Yeah.
And on a downer note, there's proof that Taylor Swift is a beatard.
Exactly.
She hangs out on 4chan.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of 4chan, Jade, have you seen Preet's latest posts?
God.
Wait, is this more Pizzagate?
Yeah.
Oh no.
The woman has just completely lost it.
She's gone full blown Illuminati.
Yeah, and if you try to challenge her, she calls you what, a pedo, something or other pedo.
I challenge her frequently.
Yeah.
And the most recent post that she made to me, it was entirely, it's a us versus them thing, where it's like, if you're on her side, you're right, you're moral, you're defending kids, and you're championing the weak. And if you're against her, you're siding with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's it too. And this is something that bothers me, not just about her, but about certain other people. Apparently, if I disagree with them, I'm a big Hillary Clinton Obama fan. None of them have ever bothered to ask me my opinion of either of those two. But because I disagree with them politically, I'm an Obama Hillary something or other, or one of the other.
Of course, it's the alternate facts reality now. Come on.
Right, and I find that annoying, and I've never bothered to say to any of them, well, it's me, what my opinion is. And I'm not even going to say what my opinion is right now, just because I'm kind of wondering if somewhere along the line somebody has the integrity to bother to ask, the people who accuse me of things. But apparently when you point out that they're
I did 4
wrong,
months ago, and you refused to answer.
Yeah. Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Oh, was probably context or something.
It was siding between like Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders, and you're like, you know what, I'm undecided. I'm not going to answer that.
Well, it's a complicated answer.
It is.
It because it depends on who do you think is going to win versus who would you really like, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hey, we were suggesting Canada for president. You guys screwed that up.
By the way, those of us here in California are seriously thinking of petitioning Canada to join. We're the world's 6th largest economy.
No.
That makes no damn sense.
That's the opposite of what I'd want to do.
Well, granted, Alaska is a part of America, and that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I know it's a
Look, we'll bring California into the fold. I mean, you're basically like BC anyway, and half of Hollywood is shot up here now.
Yeah, they're already fine with the whole pot thing. So
I understand that Washington and Oregon are thinking of joining us too, so you could have the whole coast here, and we're a lot more like you than the rest of the United States.
Wait, there's something else we have to point out too, Shaar. Sorry, Jade. California is also actually just naturally splitting off from the U.S. and heading north.
Yeah, like why don't we just incorporate? Because I don't mind having California.
End of Z World cartoon.
Yeah, so we may as well just like speed up the process.
Yeah. No, like we can take California into Canada. Let's do that.
You're saying when the big one happens, it'll shift towards Canada.
Yeah.
So it'll be a statewide earth-moving orgasm. Great.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're headed that way anyway. Let's just
Where it's like it's half of where our senior citizens go, anyways. It's between that and Florida. So.
But remember, we are all by ourselves, folks. We are 6th largest economy. You'd like our money.
But I don't know that we would, because we can't have it. Like it's all in the rich people's hands, right?
Well, not
No,
too
it's
different
No, but it
from
would add
Canada,
to our
really, but-
economy.
No, it's
Right.
not.
Well,
And
Tax
suppose
base
if it was like we'll
Yeah.
absorb you into Canada because under Canadian law, sure, yeah, hell yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Under
there'd be
U.S. law,
greater
no,
tax
I don't
breaks.
want to do that.
Actually, there'd be
Yeah.
greater tax breaks if California joined because of the movie and film industry, TV and film.
Well, not only
Yeah.
not just that industry, but I don't know if you realize that, but much of the produce of the rest of the United States comes from us. So if we join Canada, you'd get all of our fresh berries and strawberries and apples and
So-
And you
carrots
would
and
benefit.
Solar
So wait,
panels.
basically, you're America's
Sort of.
Saskatchewan.
No, they're
America's-
more like America's Ontario.
Yeah,
No,
they're
'cause
more
we-
or
we,
Saskatchewan's all wheat.
or the
Various
BC
kinds of grain.
BC fruit
Yeah.
valleys there.
Yeah,
we're
the Fruit Valley there.
fruits and veggies.
And also another benefit to California,
And
but joining, you would get our access to the fresh water, which we just blocked an American company from exporting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There you go. But yeah, so there are lots of advantages. Besides, look at we have a lovely desert, a beautiful ocean that you can actually swim in because it's not too cold.
Or
We have
polluted.
lakes.
In the ocean.
Cultural industry. Did you know that we are the United States' largest producer of dairy products?
California is like a state unto itself,
Yeah,
economically speaking. It's
Oh yeah.
it's very different from every other state in the U.S. as far as I've
Yes.
read and
Yes.
understood.
Outcomes the red states.
Yeah.
We support the fucking red states, but they vote against us.
Well, of course, because you're the leechers of the society, don't you know?
I live in Alberta. I'm not immune to these. I understand how that works.
Yeah, Alberta is Texas North, basically.
We are, but we do support a lot of other provinces.
Then that's
Nobody likes us. It's how it is.
Hey, the hate lessened after you finally got a sales tax put on. Just saying.
We had a sales tax once for a little while, and then I don't know.
You know.
It's all a disaster, and I'm really sorry for you guys in America because you're in a really tough situation right now.
Oh, we
hell
are.
yeah. Especially with the healthcare.
And it even goes beyond the politics. There's like this mental rift between the left and the right, and everyone's just losing their shit.
Yeah.
And I just wish everyone would be an adult and calm down and like actually like talk to each other and figure out what you guys really want and focus on policy, not emotions.
Yeah, but the other thing too is we have a president who's a fucking idiot.
Well, sure, but the problem started before him, Jade. Like,
He's the opportunist of this all. So
yeah, I mean he is an idiot. We all know that.
We all know that.
That's not really up for debate. But I worry right now if he were to get impeached tomorrow, I worry the situation would be even worse because the left and the right aren't cooperating, and until you guys figure that out, you're not going to find a solution.
And that would put Pence in line unless they take out the whole kit and caboodle of them.
Yeah,
especially Bannon.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't know what the solution right now. I think the solution needs to start with the people. They need to start talking to each other, and they need to figure things out, and then you can work on the politics. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the sense that, like, I just don't know. Like,
look, the rhetoric's been ramped up for years now, right? Even before Bush, it's been it's like a frog in a slowly heated pot. It's going to take some time. They're all juiced up now.
Yep.
All right. I've mentioned, Headless and I have talked about, or Pseudo and I have talked about this a little bit, and I say the Civil War didn't really end; it just quieted. Right.
Yeah.
And it's now all of that old ire and generations of storytelling of how one was wrong, that it's just ripe for an American style Taliban. And that's what I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that is upsetting is that apparently this a little bit more. Maybe some of you guys know a little bit more, because there's so many things to follow up on, and I have a life as well, believe it or not, so I miss some stuff. But apparently he has changed or is changing the terrorist thingy to where white supremacists are not being followed, and yet they're our greatest danger as far as terrorism here in the United States. This emphasis on Muslims, yes, we should look at anybody who's likely to cause terrorism. The only quote unquote Muslim terrorists that we've had in this country have essentially been individuals. Not they weren't radicalized by other groups, but it's usually from people online, not from their local mosque or something like that, which I understand is different from in some other countries. But we don't have a huge Muslim terrorist problem in the United States. Certainly we should work to make sure that we don't. And this is like from the FBI and from other groups. We're in more danger from homegrown white supremacists than we are from these Muslim terrorists. And that's what we need to look at. And I think part of this, in a way, it kind of goes back to Roger and me. I'm not a huge friend of what's his name, the guy who made that movie, makes those movies, Michael Moore. Roger and Me was brilliant because it focused on a lot of the problems we've had. Our big factories are gone. We no longer have the fabric mills in the South. And it's one of the things, if I remember correctly, I'll have to double check on this. I think it's one of the things that really devastated the state of West Virginia. Dependent on a lot of the fabric mills, cotton and woolen milling. And so that huge industry is all gone. The garment is gone. The steel mills are severely reduced. Automobile factories, severely reduced. We don't have this huge manufacturing base that we had for about 100 years. I'm guessing 100 years. I again have to look at it in case someone's going, "Wow, that's not right."
No,
but
yeah.
it's for I'm guessing that's about roughly it. We've lost all that.
Well, I'd say since maybe the Second World War, anyway.
Yeah,
It's been on a steady decline. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we had it. But what I'm saying is, we had it for, from the Industrial Revolution on. So we had all these, these huge factories all over the country. Had people who, like as they point out in Roger and Me, in places like where they had the steel mills and the automobile factories, where you had somebody who had a job in the factory and their child also went to work in the factory, and then their child went to work in the factory, and they're expecting their children are going to work in the factory, and then the factory's gone. What do? You're not trained for anything else. You weren't expecting anything else. You got the high school diploma, which was kind of fuzzy anyway, because in that town, nobody's going to really focus on science. You're just going to get the basic high school diploma, and then you're going to go to work in the plant. That's just the way it works in those towns. Or a few people go into work in the little stores, Main Street. But Walmart has killed Main Street. So we don't have Main Street anymore. We don't have all these little small stores. And that entire economy has been destroyed too. So this average, working class, devastated by a combination of jobs going overseas, of certain industries just falling out of use, things that we anymore, and automation, robots building things.
And I don't think anyone would disagree
think of
with
the Stonecutters Union?
Yeah, or my uncle, my great uncle, was a typesetter.
Right, but okay, so I don't think anyone would disagree with any of that, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, can it be brought back, and should it be brought back? And I don't know that it should, because I don't think you can compete.
And it can't,
right? Yeah,
right, because we can't bring it back. But the problem is, we still have this group of people who are not in the world, and we didn't do a good job of educating them. And a lot of this is in Middle America. During the 1980s, when during the Roger and me era, when the steel mills were failing and the auto industry was failing. And there was a time when Texas had this huge building boom. They were building like mad. And a bunch of these people from places like, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, who lost their jobs in industry, a lot of these guys, men basically, drove down to Texas hoping to get jobs in the construction industry. The problem is, people looking for jobs, there were no more jobs open. All these people flooded it, including some people from Mexico as well. But that really wasn't the big problem. The big problem was there were just too many people. So you ended up with people from, say, Michigan, and sleeping in their cars in the street. There were no jobs. And some of them, because, well, there's this male ego involved, would not tell their family back home, or would not contact back home to get money to go back home, because they felt, well, and of course there was increased crime because you got a bunch of guys who don't have work and they're drinking and hanging around. And by the way, they're finding a similar problem with the oil fields in North Dakota right now, because you end up with this, because again, with the oil fields in North Dakota, all these people were flooding in to get jobs. Some of them are not suitable for the jobs, and there are more people than there are jobs. So this happened remember the news covering it, these poor people who were just desperate for work. And they weren't even construction workers. Or carpenters, or, for the skills that were available, they didn't have. They were just desperate. And so this sort of thing has been happening. And yet, I worked in Silicon Valley, but same thing, major computer company. And during this same time period, roughly, people finding enough software engineers. So we started importing them with H-1B visas from India, because they were training there for, software engineering. And I can remember, especially one case, totally frustrated my bosses, because they tried to hire. This is no joke. We tried to hire. We'd have these meetings and they say, well, we've got somebody. We think we've got somebody. Well, that fell through. People here in the United States, and there just weren't enough that were trained to do what we needed them to do. And I remember one guy, we thought we had him. At the very last minute, it fell through because he decided it was too expensive to live here. Now, mind you, the guys from India would come and live, a bunch of them, in a house until they made enough money to get their own house, and then they'd marry somebody and have a family. So we're now on like third generation Americans from India. There's Fremont. The entire city of Fremont is like filled with people from India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. A Bollywood movie, the cinema group. It's not one theater; it's a bunch of theaters, and they all show Bollywood stuff. In Fremont, if you want good Afghani food, Pakistani food, Indian food, you go to Fremont. It's also one of the reasons why the Silicon Valley now has a cricket league for youth, because the people coming from, much to the delight of the British expatriates who live here, started up a cricket league. It's been to our advantage. We've got a bunch of really educated people. They've turned into great citizens. Very low crime rate. They've done nothing but contribute to this country, and their children are becoming engineers and contributing to this country. Why didn't we put any effort into trade? You can't tell me that some of these people, just because they spent their lives in working class jobs, working in a factory. I've worked in factories. I know there are some smart people in factories. Why didn't someone see this? Why was there this complete disconnect between people in certain parts of the country that needed jobs, where we were, who had jobs that nobody was trained for? So we've got, old-fashioned small-town America in the Midwest is gone. The great industrial centers look at Detroit. Detroit's a fucking mess right now. It was this huge motor city at one time. We've lost all this, and everybody just let it happen. And I can't point a finger and say, politicians are to blame, or the city leaders are to blame, or the industries are to blame, because like the company I work for, we had Minnesota, we had people in Oklahoma, we had people in Colorado. So it's, we went to different locations. It's not like we wouldn't have, if people trained people in Detroit or whatever to do software work, we wouldn't have, although we were a hardware company, but the engineering, that we wouldn't have gone there. Like a couple of generations now, people who feel pretty hopeless. And they don't understand STEM. They don't understand science. They haven't been educated well because our education sucks. And they're clinging to a past that never really existed. In the meantime, we're prospering here in California. It's got to frustrate the hell out of people in some parts of the country. And, they feel like they're being roughshod by people in California and New York and so on and so forth. And I can't blame them. So they vote for Trump. Huh?
Isn't it, Jay? It's kind of an old story, though, isn't it, Jay?
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
It's just the wheel that keeps on turning, really.
And this has happened before. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, what we're seeing
Not
now is really the... Oh, no, there's always different context, but the mechanism is there.
Right.
Kind of a universality, as it were. But I mean, we're now seeing kind of the last vestiges of believers of the American dream. I think what was sold. But,
no, we're seeing...
but what was sold though.
Right. No, because you know who the believers in the American dream are? They're the immigrants. No, they're the immigrants.
Yes, agreed. The real ones who actually believe, those who use it as a standard.
And they come here. And they come here and they prosper because they still believe. We've just got this malaise in the center of the country, basically, and
Canada
they feel like they're being ill-used, and to a certain extent, but the part they're missing, of the old American dream is pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The part they're missing is they need to get together and fix their own problems because California and New York and New Jersey and that whole are not going to do it. And one of the reasons you're not going to do it is because there's no reason to put a factory or an industry in a place where there's no workers. There just aren't. And not only that, one thing that hurts
Jade, it's when you have a factory or an industry that requires a certain level of education to your workers.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, because,
I know a gentleman who lived in South Carolina. He was from New York State, and he would get told by people in the factory he worked in all the time that he came down here and stole their jobs, and he'd have to remind them, no, he went to school and got a degree. They never got out of high school. He was their QC. There was nobody in the company who could do the quality assurance.
Right.
They weren't educated enough in the math. So he actually came from the parent company, like the bigger company, moved into the area to do the job because there was nobody there who could do it.
Right. And one thing, somebody wrote a thing, I didn't save it, but I wish I would have, because they talked about, like going to the hospital here. And they pointed out that, people are saying, well, there's no jobs. And yet, if you go to the hospital, you find you have your Filipino nurses and your Indian doctors. Indian from India.
Yeah.
And the reason is, and there are actually a couple of nursing schools in the Bay Area that cater to people from Asia. Or of Asian descent. Because you have a lot of young women from the Philippines, from Indonesia, who are studying nursing. And we have a lot of physicians in this country who are not natives. I could go to the hospital. Well, actually, maybe not here so much, but in some places in the hospital, you go to, your emergency room physician could be from Zimbabwe. The physician they refer you to could be from Pakistan. And the nurses could be from India from the Philippines or Samoa. They're Americans, you understand. Some of them are immigrants, some of them are second or third generation, whatever. But you see and yet This is still predominantly white. So why is it that all of these people who are educated are from other countries? Why is it that these Americans who are complaining in the Midwest and so on and so on, that they're being left out? They're not getting educated. And that is, to a certain extent, their problem, their fault, because they have to demand a better education. Their states have to do a better job of
if you don't go to school.
Well, that's just it. You have to make them go to school.
No, but I'm saying they can go to school, they get their high school degree, and they stop.
Yes.
Did they think to go to college?
No.
Go to nursing school? That's
well,
why you
it may
become a
not have
nurse.
been needed. Yeah, but it may not have been needed in their, when they got out of high school, right? And they did,
or how
lost
affordable is
opportunities
it?
in a way, or how affordable.
Okay,
exactly.
true.
Big point. Very big point. Thank you, Shaar.
Because in Canada, like, it really doesn't cost that much to get a degree. Like, I mean, to us, it seems like a ton of money. But when I look at what Americans pay for a college degree, I just...
Oh, it's pittance.
Well, it also depends on where you go to college, and I think that's also part of the problem.
Yeah.
California has a really extensive system of community colleges, which are really cheap.
Okay.
And not only that, and you can, if you get through your 2 years of community college, you can get assistance to go to a state college, which is also not terribly expensive. And we have a huge system of state colleges and universities. And
Yeah.
so it's, education in California is more affordable and more accessible than other states. We have a lot of foreign students come here because of the quality of our education, and because even for foreign students, it's affordable. But not only that, and this is the part that I just wish there was like more advertising, more, making people aware of their options, and not just here in other states. You can go to, my cousin is a funeral director. He got his 2-year degree. He went to mortician school at a community college. I know of a community college not far from Los Angeles, where you can get your 2-year degree in animal training for like the movies and stuff. It's a community college paid for by the state. You can get a 2-year degree, and some of them are 3 years, but you can get a degree in jewelry, to become a jeweler. We have degrees in stuff you wouldn't believe. Welding. I used to work. The welding program moved from our community college to another, and we didn't have as many students, so they consolidated them. I ran the tool room for one semester for the welding program at our local community colleges. And there, you can go to the community college and you can, learn carpentry, learn how to build a house. Every year, again, we also moved that program. They would build a house every year. Where I went at the community college I went to, you could get a degree in horticulture, which is very big here. Huge industry. Freaking huge industry here is horticulture. And it's mostly wholesale, not retail. There's greenhouses everywhere. We have a lot of orchid growing here too. Greenhouses everywhere. Things you could, you could, just about everything you can imagine is a 2-year degree, 3-year degree here in California. Medical records management, dental assisting, medical assisting, nursing. There are so many different things, and of course, all sorts of different computer stuff. There's so many different degrees you can get. Oh, respiratory inhalation therapist, all sorts of medical stuff. All this stuff is available here. College, a community college.
Like, I still question the affordability, though. Like,
but it's affordable. That's the point.
Is it? But like, so what do you consider affordable, though? Like what is affordable to you? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
so when I got my engineering degree in Canada, like around the year, was it 1998 or something, 97, 98? I don't know, something like that. I got a 4-year engineering degree for under $10,000, including books. Now that was quite a while ago now.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a bit more now. But to me, like, I never had to have a loan. I never had to even do that. Like, it was just like going to, I had to have a summer job and then I was okay, kind of thing.
Well, see, when I went back to school to study nursing, I not only got grants, but I got I worked on campus.
Sure.
Available, but relatively speaking, community college here in California is really cheap.
Okay.
And there are all sorts of, as I said, there are grants, and not only that, every community college has programs for people with various disabilities, including mental disabilities. We had, some people who were going through the program who had schizophrenia. I know because we had problems with a couple of them, but just you understand that they have this problem, and if you did have a problem, we had one guy who guess he got off his meds a little bit, and he was in the cafeteria, and one day he walked in and he reached under the sneeze shield and put his hand in the I don't know, the food, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh crap, okay, call the guys at the disability center and they'll come down and deal with it. Not a big deal. Many disabled kids went to community college here. It's, the community colleges are actually not under the university system. They're actually under the regular school system, the same system that does.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But again, the only disadvantage is, of course, if you want to go to a mortician school, you got to go to Riverside, and certainly you have to move to someplace to go to certain degrees. But the community colleges are freaking everywhere, and
that's actually one place where Canada kind of sucks because it's such a huge place and we have such a small population.
Right.
That if you want to go to university, you've got to move to a city. You just have to. Like, there's no other option, right? So
it's like here, if you want to do a specialty program, you're going to have to go to where the specialty program is. But they have housing. You can go to. You can literally walk out. Yeah. And they will help you with housing. They will help you with grants and fees. They will help you with any special stuff you need, like a special keyboard, or if you, and we have these little carts that run around campus that take people who are disabled and things like that. So these here are just enormous. Even if you had to get a job for a couple of years and work to save money to go to community college to make it easier. But to get a 2-year degree just isn't that difficult in something that will actually get you a job. The problem is.
One second, Jade. Doctor, are you from the UK by chance?
Nope, Canada.
No, Canada.
Okay, sorry. When you said college costs money, I thought you were from the UK.
No, I get white people to pay for my college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that's the point, is that every state doesn't have what we have. They don't have this extensive community.
I know they don't. I know that California is definitely way more advanced in terms of getting more people more education. I know that.
And we have an entire program online now. You can take, I could sit at home, classes from any community college in the system online. There's a place, it's unfortunately, I haven't looked recently, I hope they've revamped their website, because it was kind of a pain in the ass. If you're young, you'd have no problem navigating it. But I remember looking at it and thinking, anybody like 40 or older is going to have a little problem. Funky. But yeah, so we have online education too. So I could I could sit here and I could take a class from San Diego, a class from San Francisco, a class from Riverside, a class from Fresno, all at the same time. Perfectly fine, because it's all the same system. But yeah, we are dedicated to putting stuff online. The University of California at Irvine has all their physical science courses online, and I mean, you can watch them free. Other states don't have that, and I think they need to put more money into education and the kind of thing that we're doing. Maybe not on the level we're doing, but let's look at what jobs are available. Tech. What is this? Trade Tech. What's the other one at LA? There's the two of them. Trade Tech, which is a TRADE, Trade Tech, and I can't remember the name of the other one. But these are two community colleges in LA that center on the retail market. I worked with a couple of young women who were getting their degrees in marketing, and I remember them talking about one of their classes, I believe, was actually in, how to. Presentation of things in a store, like how to dress dummies in a window, how to present, your goods to the best advantage. I'm sure there's a better word for it. But that's what they were studying, and they were going to get a degree in marketing, and then they were going to go to work for some big store. So there's all these different things.
Well, I mean, MIT offers free courses online.
Yeah.
That anyone we can take them in Canada too, right? Like they're not even locked to us. So.
There's 3 different groups that I know of right now. One is EDX, and then there's a couple more that have. Some of them are from around the world. There's actually you can take a whole bunch of courses that are necessary for medical school from Italy, and yet they're in English. I've spent some time wandering these sites because it's fun. But you have to have people willing to get an advanced degree, to get a degree beyond high school. You have to get people to understand that it's necessary.
Well, and with Trump saying he's going to bring back manufacturing, that's not going to happen because people think they're just going to like put on like a hat and go back to the coal mines like they used to, and like they're all going to have good jobs again, and that's not realistic.
No,
well, it could be worse. We could end up with Kevin O'Leary as our prime minister.
Oh God.
Well, there is actually there may be a point there though. We may be able to bring manufacturing back to the United States, but we're not going to be hiring anybody.
Yeah. No, you can bring design back. You can bring back
robots. It'll be automated.
Well,
sure, yeah, or robots, right? But yeah, we're not talking about like
small Chinese children.
Yeah, $2 an hour, kind of like you have small fingers, so this is what you're going to be doing, kind of thing. Like that doesn't happen. That way.
Okay, Shaar, enough making fun of Trump's hands. Come on.
Well, one thing, for example, let's give you an idea. Is one of the things that we do now in planting, say, lettuce. Okay, they lay down these sheets of plastic. And it's biodegradable plastic now. It didn't used to be. They lay down these sheets of plastic, okay? And in the plastic there are these holes. I don't know if they punch the holes or they come with the holes. I don't remember. In the holes are planted. There's this big machine that you know. Once upon a time, people would go by hand and plant things in the ground, right? So what they do now is they start the lettuce indoors, and then you put these flats in this big machine, and you drive the big machine down the rows, and the big machine takes the lettuce plants from the flats and pops them in each hole, okay? And then what happens is when the lettuce is ready to harvest, another machine comes along, rolls up the plastic. And as the plastic is rolled up, it pulls the lettuce out of the ground. It goes through the machine, it cuts the top off, which plops into one bin, and then continues to roll up. Just like cuts all the top off. So you have a bin full of lettuce. Once upon a time, this was all done by hand. It's not anymore. It's much more efficient. And by the way, using the plastic on the ground, you get much cleaner lettuce. You can control bugs without.
Right, but in third world countries, it is done by hand because.
Oh yes, in third world countries, it is done by hand.
Yeah.
But this is what makes it efficient for us to still grow lettuce here.
Yeah.
Rather than yes, we do import a lot of stuff, but we're using technology to replace. People, because people are really expensive. But the point is, there were all these jobs. I mean, there's still a bunch of jobs in agriculture. I live surrounded by blackberries. I know. He's quite figured out how to do that automated. But there are, we've mechanized a lot of agriculture, and it makes it cleaner. We're able to use fewer pesticides, and it even preserves water because the plastic on the ground keeps it moister. And you get a nice product. Legions of people, it's just a few people who are well versed in using this equipment. And even with like the apple orchards across the street from me, what they've done is they've bred apple trees to a smaller size that are highly producing. So you people don't have to get up. In the old days, they had to get up on these tall ladders. The apples by hand. They're still harvesting by hand, but you don't have to go up the tall ladders, and so there's not that time wasted going up and down. It's much faster because of the way that the trees have been bred. There are these spurs that the apples are grown on. There's more of them per plant, so you're getting a greater apple yield. So between things like plant breeding and mechanization, we've brought costs down to where we don't have to import as much food. And we can do the same thing with manufacturing. Bring the manufacturing back to this country, but we're not going to be hiring a ton of people. We're going to be hiring techs. We're going to be hiring engineers to design and maintain it.
Jade, I have to take this off air.
Okay,
my
sure,
computer, and because I won't be able to do it. So anyways, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Thanks for everybody. Shaar, once again, thanks for pointing it out. Continue to do that kind of stuff. I love the fact when people say, hey, I found this, and then we could talk about it. I know we kind of got off track and I had to leave for a while. But anyways, it was a good hang. Thanks, Doc, Pseudo, Shaar, Jade, et cetera, Heavy. I am, like I said, I got a few other things in the works to try to get some other people. These things are slow going, but hopefully they'll come to fruition. So until then, take care.